Order à l'ordre. The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Okay, well, welcome to everyone to day 2 of the policy sessions. And today we're going to move to, well, I was going to give you a false statement to show we're dealing with misinformation, but I will give the right answer. We're dealing this morning with misinformation, disinformation, and the role of social media. So with no further ado, avec aucune autre introduction.
Without further ado, I'll give the floor to Wayne McKay. Professor McKay, is that right? And he will chair this session. Professor, thank you very much. Hello, good morning.
Commissioner just pointed out is Wayne McKay, and I'm the moderator for your session, and I have the unenviable task of keeping people within limits in spite of all the good things you have to say. So the panel will address the roles played by 3 different things in the course of this. Social media in its various forms, which we'll address first. Mis and disinformation, and I think malinformation is another term they've used. And thirdly, ideologically motivated violent extremism, and in particular, how all of these relate to the context of protests generally, and somewhat more specifically in the issues here. The diverse and impressive panel members to my left are, I'll just identify them, give them a very brief introduction. Dax Durazio, immediate left, the Skelton Clark Postdoctoral Fellow, Department of Political Science, Queen's University, and Research Affiliate Center for Constitutional Studies, University of Alberta. And then next to him, John Penny, Associate Professor, Osgoode Hall Law School, York University, and Research Fellow with the Citizens Lab at the University of Toronto. And then Emily Laidlaw, Canada Research Chair in Cybersecurity Law and Associate Professor, University of Calgary Law School. And next to her, David Morin, UNESCO Co-Chair in Prevention of Radicalization and Violent Extremism, and full Professor of Faculty of Arts and Humanities at the University of Sherbrooke. And last but not least, Vivek Venkatesh, UNESCO Co-Chair in Prevention of Radicalism and Violent Extremism, who is also a full professor at the Faculty of Fine Arts at Concordia University. So that is our impressive expert panel. Just very quickly, I'm going to say a couple of words about process. Our objective as a panel is to explore these complex issues in a way that hopefully assists the Commission and the Commissioner, but also informs the broader public. And to pursue this, I will raise some general questions to explore and then call upon either specific panel members or sometimes open it up to the panel. For the benefit of translators and the record, each member should identify themselves, or actually mostly I will do that. I will call on you and do my best to remember to identify your names so you're on the record. We're also reminded of the competing needs to be succinct and fall within our time limits, but on the other hand, speak slowly in terms of kindness to the translators and the public record. And speaking for myself, that's something we all have to focus on. I will be, as moderator, occasionally intervene if I feel we've gone beyond the proposed times. So with those relatively minimal introductions, I'm ready to start off, unless anybody has any questions. All right, so the first topic is social media, and in particular its impact on protests and those kinds of things. And the kinds of broad questions that I have in mind to be addressed on that topic is: how has social media changed public discourse? Stated very briefly. How has it impacted activism and protest? How has it impacted protests like the ones relevant to this commission? And perhaps and one that not hadn't given a lot of thought to, but does it matter who is protesting in terms of what kind of social media they're listening to? So with those very broad questions, and there's lots of other things, I'll turn it over to Professor Durazio to start us off.
Thank you very much, Wayne. and pleasure to be here with you all for a very exciting conversation. I want to get the conversation kicked off by speaking specifically about three major consequences of the advent of social media for public discourse, understood in a very broad sense, and also for possibilities for debate, dissent, and activism. So the first major consequence, I think, is it's fair to say that traditional gatekeepers of information can be bypassed. If we're understanding social media and communication historically for a moment, traditionally information was filtered through very few hands. And every time we see a revolution in communication technology, we see some commensurate friction related to who controls the flow and circulation of information and also meaning. At the same time that we see the advent of social media, we also see some almost mutually reinforcing trends in the field of journalism and some of that traditional circulation of information. I think it's fair to say that there is a crisis in journalism, not just in North America, but also around the world, where traditional outlets of information are struggling to keep the doors open. And there is also a waning of traditional forms of journalistic content. We also see a fracturing of audiences that consume information as well. And so the advent of social media doesn't take place in isolation from these other political economic changes in a journalistic field. There are costs and benefits with this advent of social media, and the huge one on this front, as it relates to traditional gatekeepers, is that we have potentially more access to accurate and also more valued information. That said, we also see potentialities for a greater influence of things like conspiracy, rumor, hate, and also propaganda. The second major consequence of social media is that the delivery and circulation of our messages is both instantaneous and global. And thinking historically again, our means of communication was traditionally conditioned by proximity to others with which to communicate, and also the type of technology that we would be able to use. Social media has completely shattered those that conditioning, and we're able to, at the touch of our fingertips, communicate with literally the whole world and also instantaneously. That led to what we might call techno-optimism, which was we could communicate with others across difference, and that would be a net positive for global society. We now unfortunately speak of digital detoxes, having a healthy distance between ourselves and digital spaces, about echo chambers being mostly privy to communication that confirms our own biases or beliefs. And so the friction or the cost and benefits on this front are that we have access to drastically more information, but that there are increased technical means of limiting and correcting falsehoods. They often spread much faster than truth might spread. Lastly, social media means that public discourse has arguably become more democratic and also accessible. Although we have these really lofty goals for what we could call the marketplace of ideas, it's typically the case that those with the deepest pockets have historically had the loudest voices. And social media allows average people to contribute very substantially to public discourse, to see themselves seen in public discourse, and also register contributions and also complaints. Our public discourse as well is already saturated with information that is persuasive in one way or another, or has some goal or idea already attached to it. And so social media has allowed individuals to eschew some of that purposeful information that's in the public sphere, and also create greater opportunities for dissent. The cost and benefit here is that social media often can lead to greater surveillance. In a sense, it's been a godsend for the state security apparatus in some ways. It also can lead to increases in social conformity and also social control. And so we see a tension between making public discourse more accessible, while also having some pitfalls associated with that, including surveillance and control. Speaking very specifically about how and why social media was impactful in the Convoy protest, Emily very helpfully mentioned in her paper that social media was the central nervous system of the convoy. And I would definitely reiterate that, and it's a nice way of describing how social media was integral. Social media is a way of creating and circulating meaning, and so before the convoy protest, some of the same messaging garnered momentum and public attention because of social media. It was a way of creating meaning, finding community, and building eventually momentum for a social and a political movement. It was also integral in mobilizing and organizing specific meetings and events. So it's a way of people finding themselves together in something very, very specific and tangible. It's also a way to publicize and, in another sense, memorialize specific events. It's a way of capturing reality and signaling solidarity by consuming meaning together. It's also a way to contest what you might describe as official sources and accounts, and also to shape public perception. So sometimes it's a way to go around what's considered the mainstream or the dominant forms of information in society. It was also integral to fundraising activities, so it wasn't passing around envelopes or hats to collect money. It left open fundraising to a large swath of individuals, even all over the world. It's also a way to monitor opposition, to do something akin to counterintelligence, and sometimes even target opponents, not speaking specifically of the convoy protest, although that could also be the case. But social media is a way to monitor those who might be in opposition to a specific movement or a specific idea. And lastly, we see social media used for real-time communication for coordination. So social media sites have communication modes often attached to them that are instantaneous, so people can text and coordinate with each other. They can also use encrypted radio chats as well, so social media is also impactful in real-time communication. I'll leave it there as an opener. I look forward to more discussion. Thank you.
First of all, congratulations coming in under time. I appreciate that. And I just had one additional thought just in the minute or so you have left.
Sure.
The question of who is in the protest, does that change what kind of social media they would have access to? Because it strikes me that many protests, including the Convoy one, would have a variety of people, truckers, perhaps extremist groups, others. And does it make a difference who makes up the protest in terms of what kind of social media they're likely to use? And that's a big question. So if you want to pass to the other panelists at some point, you're welcome to do that too.
Sure, I can be very brief and then we can pass it along. I think perhaps a way to understand it is to think about it as layers. So some social media sites are more public facing than others. For instance, a Twitter or a Facebook or an Instagram, it is very public facing. It is about publicizing very broadly a specific message or an idea or a concept or an argument. But there are other layers of communication within different social media sites where you might have different levels of encryption, so that monitoring or surveilling is a bit more difficult. Only the participants can see the end-to-end of that communication method. And so that more, not necessarily surreptitious, but closely guarded form of communication or information sharing, I think forms different layers. So you have a more public-facing layer, which is garnering support in memorializing and conveying details that are comfortable to be shared publicly. And then you have more subsequent layers that are perhaps more closely guarded for the insiders of a movement, let's say.
Thank you very much. So moving to the next sub-issue here, the existing regulation of social media, or lack thereof, perhaps in some cases. And one perhaps a bit more focused question, the possible impact of increased restrictions on protest for particularly disadvantaged or marginalized groups in society, such as Indigenous people, as a kind of a flip side of that. So with that, I'll turn that over to Professor Penny to take the floor.
Thanks very much, Professor McKay. And I just wanted to say I'd like to thank Commissioner Rouleau and for the invitation to be a part of this conversation and join this distinguished panel as well. Thank you for the questions, Professor McKay. I think those are two really important questions in light of the issues before the Commission. So I'll speak of two sort of general categories of regulatory framework. The first being law and statutory forms of regulation. And within that broader category, I'll speak to some additional subcategories, different kinds of laws that apply to social media content. And I'll speak to also social media-based regulation, the kinds of measures and techniques and tactics that social media companies themselves employ to deal with challenges when it comes to social media content. So speaking first to law and statutory regulation, I would say, so this would cover any statutes and laws that govern social media content and related activities, so behavior and actors that are related to the generation of content and its moderation and editing and regulation on social media platforms and services, for example. I would say that the single most defining element of social media legal and regulatory frameworks in Canada is that there's no single general law or regulation that covers social media content in Canada. Instead, it really is a patchwork of different laws and regulations that apply to and regulate different aspects of social media content. So within that broader framework and that key defining feature of law and regulatory frameworks in Canada, I'll start with one sort of subcategory, that being intermediary laws. Now, why do we refer to these laws as intermediary laws? Well, the idea here is that social media companies are intermediaries. That is, they are links and connectors between users and who generate content, post and express on social media services, and the platforms or the services or the social media companies connect them with the audience for that content, those who consume the content itself. So generally, we talk to laws that create legal rules and duties in respect of content that's generated by users and how that is fed and conveyed to audiences and other users as well. Those are intermediary laws and rules, and a few examples of those in Canada. We have certain specific laws that cover, for example, copyrighted material, where there are very specific legal duties that social media platforms, and that's another term that I'll use during my remarks before the Commission. The idea with the concept of a platform is something that today scholars and experts typically use to refer to more larger, more influential social media companies, Google, Twitter, Facebook, and others. And I think the term itself, you can think of it as conveying the fact that these platforms provide an amplification of certain voices. The same way a stage or a platform in the town square allows someone to speak to a broader audience and for their voice to be heard. That's in a way how we can think of these social media companies or social media platforms. They platform, they provide a way of amplifying voices and content generation. So there are copyright laws as one example of intermediary laws and liability, and with intermediary laws that create liabilities potentially for these social media companies and platforms, but they can at times avoid liability so long as they meet their duties. Copyright law is one example. Quebec also has a specific law that creates a safe harbor or legal protection from liability for social media platforms if they remove illegal or unlawful content once they have notice of it. When we move beyond these defined intermediary laws, there are also what I call sort of general statutory laws and rules that aren't specifically designed for social media platforms or intermediaries, but have implications for them and indirectly create legal duties that social media companies and platforms have to abide by. I think a great example of this would be defamation law. Right? So if a social media platform becomes aware of defamatory content that's been posted, they have notice of it, to avoid liability, then they have to remove that content. Another example is criminal law. So certain criminal law provisions, for example, if a court order is put in place where social media companies may have to remove certain kinds of unlawful content, be it child pornography, non-consensual intimate media that's been posted there without the consent of the victim, terrorist or hateful propaganda. Those are other examples of how criminal laws can apply to these platforms, creating similar legal duties. And then the third sort of category of laws in this context that impact maybe not social media content directly, but the activities around social media content, but also impacts the broader ecosphere. So user information and user data is critical. It fuels the business model that a lot of these social media platforms make money and they monetize user content. So privacy laws, data protection laws, these are another subcategory of laws and regulations and statutes that impact on content production to the extent that they create legal rules and duties around how people's information and data that are collected on these platforms can be used and shared and distributed. When there's restrictions on that data, then presumptively it would make use of that information more difficult to target users. So typically social media platforms will use information around user data, user information for targeted advertising to monetize people's activities on social media platforms. But when we look at disinformation and misinformation, user information and user data is also used to target particular users for influence in disinformation campaigns online and offline. So in Canada, we have a few examples of such laws, like the Personal Information Electronic Documents Act, PIPEDA, which creates rules around the collection, use, and sharing of personal information by organizations in Canada. Interestingly, however, there are loopholes in PIPEDA. For example, political parties are not constrained by it, and that's, I think, an important hole that needs to be addressed. And last, of course, but not least, there are social media-based regulations. And I use regulation in sort of the broader sense here. In this case, I'm referring to the rules and policies that social media platforms and companies themselves develop to deal with content and other issues on their platforms themselves. That can include content moderation policies, that can include privacy policies, and typically these kinds of measures are implemented through policies that are conveyed to users, but they're often enforced through the actual design and features of the platforms themselves. There can be human-based forms of social media content, regulation and moderation, but typically one that we'll be talking a lot in our comments today are algorithmic. So algorithms and technology are critical to have larger social media platforms deal with content and deal with offensive content. Typically in these cases, a lot of these measures are voluntary. As I said, there are not a lot of specific laws that create duties and obligations on behalf of these platforms to engage in social media content regulation and moderation, but they do so, often for business reasons. And because they do so for business reasons, when their business interests don't align with certain content moderation, often the measures that they take can be seen as ineffective. So that's a broader look at the landscape. I'll come to the final question that Professor McKay offered there, and I think it's an important one. There are, of course, many impacts of these kinds of increased regulation, and one impact in particular that my research has focused on in recent years is this notion of chilling effects. The idea that increased regulation, but also surveillance, both by government, law enforcement, and security agencies, but also by the platforms themselves. Right? In my research, I found that When users become aware of increased surveillance and data collection and data tracking, it can have a chilling effect. That is, a chill meaning it can have a deterrent effect on people's willingness to speak, engage, and share both online and offline. And when it comes to more marginalized populations, my research has found that those groups are disproportionately impacted. And there's a number of reasons for that I can get into later. But as these groups who are already facing important barriers to participation in society, discrimination, racism, when you add on top of that concerns about targeted surveillance, targeted law enforcement action, you end up with a situation that groups who are already marginalized from the public, critical public and democratic discussion are further marginalized by these kinds of measures. At the same time, I should say, it's not a entirely simplistic view either. That is to say, increased regulation means a chilling effect. What I've also found in my research is that with carefully tailored laws, you can have laws that also facilitate greater participation in speech. Laws don't just deter behavior with threats of law, they also have expressive power. That is, laws convey values, they convey messages as to what a society views as valuable. And when a law is taken or enacted, it can send a message to certain marginalized groups that their speech and contributions are valued, and that can help facilitate speech. So I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next issue we're going to, the last in the social media part, is what changes or improvements are perhaps under exploration and maybe about to happen to improve some of the gaps in the existing structure that Professor Penny just talked about. And Professor Laidlaw is going to take the lead on that.
Yeah, thank you, Professor McKay, and thank you for having me. Good morning, Commissioner Rouleau. So I co-chaired the expert panel with Pierre Trudel that for Heritage Canada back in the spring, and our mandate was to not to come to some sort of consensus, but to have a conversation about what really should be the responsibilities of social media. And I had the pleasure of sitting on the panel with David Morin, who is with us today. And so we were not looking at what I would call the primary wrongdoers, which would be the individuals that are perhaps posting certain content online. We were more specifically looking at, okay, what are the roles of these platforms, or what John was just talking about is intermediary liability. And I think one of the most interesting things about our panel was, despite not having a mandate to reach consensus, we circled around and agreed on some of the, what I would call the core building blocks of what a law should look like for Canada. And I think that the first point I want to make is that we all concluded, I would say that social media or platforms should have what I would call a duty to act responsibly. Now, this was something that came out of the work of the Commission on Democratic Expression. And this is something that has been explored in other countries. We're seeing it with the Online Safety Bill in the UK, with their duty of care. It could be talked about as a due diligence model in the EU with the new Digital Services Act. It's a risk management obligations. And a duty to act responsibly, the way that kind of we were talking about it and the way that I think about it is that, you know, it's almost product safety. That social media and other platforms should take care in the design of their spaces to be responsible, to protect their users from harm. It's not about perfection, but it's about turning their minds to how do their, recommender systems work? What content moderation policies do they have in place? What might be the unintended impact on this in particular groups? But it's not just about protection from harm. It also should be about protection of human rights, about the right to freedom of expression, about the right to privacy, to equality. One of the fears about imposing too strong or stringent obligations on social media is that it might incentivize them to put in place kind of just blunt tools, right? An automated tool that is going to remove any sort of content that might have the whiff of hate speech or any sort of extremism. But often hate speech is quite, the line between that and some more political views, what we would call expression that's core to democracy, that line between the two can be somewhat fine. So blunt automated tools are poor solutions. So if there's an obligation then to have a commitment to and realize the right to freedom of expression, then social media will have to think through, okay, what do we want to put in place that addresses maybe some of the risks of harm? Maybe we have a lot of children that use this space, but also, what kind of tools do we put in place that maybe aren't going to have an unintended impact on freedom of expression or end up being a system of surveillance? The other aspect that was key that we discussed was transparency. One of the issues that we have is that it's not easy to lift the lid to know how the algorithms work and how the decision-making works for the various platforms on which we rely for discourse. And so almost kind of radical transparency is necessary, and that includes access by researchers and other civil society groups to how these companies kind of operate, and the algorithms is a form of accountability. This is something that's been implemented in the EU with the new Digital Services Act. The other thing that we circled around is the idea that we need a regulator. I mean, it is not realistic that we go to courts to address many of these issues. Often these are high volume, they are low value, and the court process is really just too slow and inappropriate to be dealing with many of these issues. What we need is a regulator like a privacy commissioner, but with the power to impose fines that can audit the systems of these companies. It's about the systemic risk of the various social media. So they can investigate the companies, they can audit their behavior, they can help develop codes of practice, working with civil society, working with industry, and they can play an education role with the public. Now for some of the tougher issues. I think that, one of the challenges that Heritage Canada faces, and I'm sitting here just as interested as everyone else about what they're going to propose, would be scope. What's in and what's out? I mean, if we're realistically looking at creating a regulator, we can't impose all sorts of content and toxicity of everything that's out there on a regulator to investigate. Previously, they kept the scope quite narrow. Terrorist propaganda, hate propaganda, violent expression, intimate image abuse, child sexual abuse, and so on. And I think people quite rightly, including myself, said, but there's so much other types of toxicity out there that's unlawful that should be addressed. And but the issue is that the regulator has to start somewhere. So at least I've landed that there is a real justification, I think, for a regulator to maybe be more narrowly scoped at the beginning, and then it can build its capacity from there. Some of the other issues would be, should this cover, what platforms should we cover? I've been using quite loose language here, saying social media and platforms, but we often talk about it as the internet stack. Are we just talking about social media at the top layer? Are we going down a level and we're looking at domain name registrars, or we're looking at internet service providers? Are we looking at, companies like Cloudflare that provide cybersecurity protection and so on? I think this is quite a controversial area, but when we're thinking about it in terms of corporate responsibility, maybe their obligations should be different, but maybe there should be some responsibility there through legislation. The other is then dis, and malinformation. It is one of, I guess, the existential threats that we face. And there is a real concern, though, in legislation that this could become almost the poison pill. Because as I get into, in the next section, we're going to talk a bit more about some of the legal issues, but I'll just, drop one point right now, which is there's quite a bit of content of mis and disinformation that is lawful, or it's that lawful but awful. So for the government to create legislation that targets lawful expression likely won't survive constitutional scrutiny. But it's a very different thing to say, look, a company needs to be responsible, much like safe cars, about, putting in place certain systems to manage risks. That has much clearer sense of I guess, constitutionality than saying, I, want social media to target lawful expression and take it down. That would not survive constitutional scrutiny. And I think the last point that I'll make now, I guess 2 points would be, one is a controversial point was recourse. The groups that are impacted by this need access to some form of remediation. And sometimes they get it through social media and sometimes they don't. And even if content moderation is in place, it doesn't always work very well. But the idea that every complaint about content could somehow be, pushed to some sort of recourse body is just not practical. It won't work. But victims need access to something. And so what that should look like, should it just be for intimate image abuse, child sexual abuse images? What should they have access to and what's realistic is a key point to discuss. And the last is size. And I think that what we saw with the Convoy movement is that organizers and followers were all using all kinds of different social media. Some of them, major social media, what we'd say is quite entrenched, such as Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and TikTok. But also some smaller alternative social media like I'd say BitChute, Rumble. Of course, there were conversations about Zello and Telegram, etc. So the EU has looked at, they've created risk management obligations just for very large platforms. And so that would be an obligation for companies to think through, how does my recommender system work? And is it actually having an impact that could, in a sense, undermine democracy? That sort of obligation would end up in Canada, if we put something in place, only targeting the YouTubes of the world or the Facebooks of the world, but similar obligations would not exist for some of the smaller platforms. And that's not going to work, because as we see, most of the users of social media use all kinds of different social media and are using some of these smaller platforms and social media to engage in these types of movements. So we have to think through with a type of law like this that, okay, targeting, very large platforms is perhaps misguided, but how do we then deal with the smaller and medium-sized companies that perhaps do not have the resources in place to deal with some of these issues?
I think that's a good point, perhaps, and I'm just realizing I haven't followed my own rule on whether I should introduce, say, Wayne McKay every time I do this, but anyway, Wayne McKay, moderator. To switch topics, staying with Professor Laidlaw, but move to the topic she's already touched on of misinformation and disinformation, with two fairly targeted kind of roles before we'll open it up to the panel for a broader discussion on this area. And that is the definition of the terms. And secondly, although you've touched on some of that, the regulation. So if you could start us off briefly on that, and then I'll open it up to the panel for the rest of this issue.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. So I'm going to give the definition that UNESCO uses for misdis and malinformation, but I do want to note up front that there's quite a bit of debate about what these terms mean, in particular for malinformation. So disinformation is the intentional spread of false information. So if you think a government-sponsored disinformation campaign. Misinformation is a bit different. So it is where information is intentionally spread and it's false information, but the person believes it to be true. And I think a large swath of what we see on social media, at least from individual users, is misinformation. So even if, say, a government launches a disinformation campaign, it eventually seeds to people who then believe it to be true and then spread it from there. The last would be malinformation, and this is the one where there's not a lot of consensus on what it means. I rely on UNESCO that defines it as information that's based on reality, but that's distorted. You know, it has that kernel of truth to it. But it does include that everything else bucket. And it can include potentially hate speech, harassment, trolling, doxing where private information is shared publicly, other forms of violent and extremist content. And, you know, one of the questions I was asked to think about to open up this discussion is, what is this in law? What laws regulate mis and disinformation? And what is the tension there with the right to freedom of expression? So I was just talking about laws that, you know, that are being explored to target social media. But the laws that target mis and disinformation would be targeting the individual users that are posting the particular information. And we do have a variety of laws that that target false information, but we do not have any law in Canada that broadly addresses or targets mis and disinformation, at least the way that we're contemplating here. So we have the crime of spreading false news, but that was held to be unconstitutional in the case of Zundel. And other crimes that target false information would be crimes of hate propaganda, counseling terrorism, fraud. And in civil law, and Jonathan touched on a few of these, defamation. Defamation is where, you know, someone sues another individual or entity for spreading false information that impacts their reputation. And perhaps also I would put in here the tort of false light. So that has just been introduced or adopted in Ontario. So it's just sort of a hodgepodge mix of different laws that apply to some aspects of mis and disinformation. One of the issues is that a great swath of this is what I call lawful but awful expression. It's hateful but not hate speech. It's extremist content, but it is not counseling terrorism. So it's not unlawful in the traditional sense. And also, as we were just talking about, the role of social media and pushing, you know, through advertising and recommender systems, it might be that lawful but hateful content ends up being pushed to users over and over. So in law, these are difficult areas to deal with. Under constitutional law, we have the right to freedom of expression. It is a broad right. It includes the right to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas. It includes the right to shock, offend, and disturb. And it also values false expression, in particular if it's information that's of public interest. So restrictions of it are supposed to be narrowly construed. And we face a hurdle in this area because what is truth, right? What is the perception of truth in one particular scenario? And I've listed a few laws where courts have willingly, you know, addressed what would be false information and consequences might flow from that. But much of what we're talking about on social media might be, deeply held beliefs that are harmful, but it's difficult to pin down truth or not truth of it. Also, much of the dis and misinformation that's spread, when we can identify what's false, there's a lot more clarity to it. But some of it exploits what I would call the strategic ambiguity of it. They use humor. They use kind of the short, emotional memes with visuals or short videos that are known to be highly effective and impactful on users, and play on jokes and say, well, this is just a joke. This is just the gray area. This is really hard for law to address. And when disinformation has been criminalized in some countries, it has been used to target political opponents, dissidents. And so it's difficult to put in place these types of laws and generally don't comply with international human rights. So the last point I want to make here before we open it up is the other side of this. As much as I have mentioned the breadth and depth of the right to freedom of expression, I always think of the comment by the Supreme Court that freedom of expression is freedom governed by law. There are laws that constrain it, and rightfully so. And I think John made a key point that, laws help the right to freedom of expression of particular groups, marginalized and racialized groups that are impacted by what happens online. People are driven from participating online. They are dehumanized by these experiences of online, and therefore they don't get to enjoy the right to freedom of expression. There's also a growing body of work in the area of the right to freedom of opinion, and that the recommender systems and the advertising push to users is in fact infringing on the right to form an opinion free from manipulation. And this is something that is developing in international human rights and needs to be contended with here. I'd say that there's two things I want us to think about as we have a discussion here. Is one would be, what are the laws that apply to individuals, the ones that are posting the particular information and engaging in certain conduct that may or may not be lawful or falls into the category of the lawful but awful. And the other would be, what are the laws that then target social media and their responsibilities, whether it's through managing their advertising ecosystem, managing their recommender systems, algorithmic accountability, or their systems of content moderation.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we'll now open it up to the panel in a moment. Professor Laidlaw has already raised a couple of questions. There's a couple I will add among those that you can discuss. One is the scale of the problem, or how much harm is caused by misinformation and disinformation, is a broad question. And a second one, which was actually submitted, is the question of whether the definitions on misinformation, disinformation apply to the government as well as individuals, and if so, in what way? So with those kind of broad questions, I'll open it up to the panel, and if somebody just gives me a signal, I'll recognize you. Professor Morin.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Wayne and Mr. Commissioner. The interventions by my colleagues bring me to make two comments on the relationship, the complex relationship between using social media and the Ottawa events. In terms of crisis management, some would say public security crisis, others would say national security crisis. I think that was debated very broadly as to whether we are in a national security crisis or not. But this relationship is very complex. And the colleague D'Orazio, explained the impact of social media on the environment of a crisis such as the one that Ottawa experienced. And I would say there is a paradox here. Social media will allow us to collect a lot of information upstream from the protest movement and on the objectives, and it will allow us to know whether certain extremist groups talk about recreating 6th of January in Ottawa, as we saw in the Capitol in Washington, and it will allow us to know whether we are talking about the obligation to vaccinate people, or is it to block Ottawa and overthrow the government? So the social media gives us some visibility about the causes of the movement if information is well collected and well analyzed. Now, in the context of the movement itself, social media create some volatility. And Wayne, you asked a question earlier that what we saw with Ottawa was that there were a lot of people from very different political horizons who came to participate in this demonstration. People came with their children, their families, who were really challenging the sanitary measures, and others who had more extremist political agendas. And the social media allow this. They are like a menu in a restaurant. They put out all kinds of ideas online, and then individuals can appropriate some ideas and make their own menu out of that and participate in a common cause according to the various ideologies that are covered there. So the question of managing this crisis, there is some volatility because of the social media, because if the social media says we're 100,000 people in Ottawa, it's certain that that can create a snowball effect. So disinformation can have an impact. Dax mentioned this on operations, can use encrypted messaging to give each other messages about where we are, etc., to coordinate things. So it does have an impact on the management of these crises, and I think it's important to mention that. The second point on the question of regulations, and I'd like leave my colleagues to express themselves on that. But when these emergency measures were created 30 years ago, there was no social media at the time. And we're talking about a law here, talking about security, where social media didn't exist. That's what we had. And if, for example, in a demonstration where you may have some violence happening, and I'm being careful here not to surpass my objectives here, but in the context of an emergency law, if we're in a volatile, unstable environment, we can use law on emergency measures in a preventive way. For example, if a province, and I can make a parallel with for example, an extreme climate crisis may force people to leave their homes before for example, the storm arrives. So the law allows you to take preventive measures. But in a volatile situation where there is a demonstration and all kinds of people participating in a movement, where the social media accelerate that movement, there may be special issues. So my second point is to say that for me, one of the shortcomings of this law is that these social media were not considered at the origin, and which complexified things because they didn't create the problem, whether it's propaganda or social protests. They didn't wait for social media to exist, of course, and in fact, social media are also positive. They allow for social progress. For example, the Arab Spring, the Me Too movement, and so forth. But my point was really on the question of managing and taking into account those social media in the management of a national security crisis in terms of the law that we have now in force. Thank you very much.
For the opportunity to intervene, and thanks also to the Commission and Commissioner Rouleau for this invitation. As a humanist, as a pedagogue, and also a multimedia artist who leverages various data points in social media to create different kinds of installations, I'm going to approach this question that's being asked from two perspectives. One is that I think we need to acknowledge that social media allows for pluralism, and that pluralism is essential in at least our determination of liberal democracy. What we're seeing, though, is a certain dehumanization of those who express what is commonly known as populist rhetoric. Right? And that's, I think, a pity in the way we've observed the characterization of those who have been participating in the convoy. Populism in and of itself is an important expression of liberal democracy. I think it's important for us to recognize that those who feel disenfranchised and those who feel that a hegemony of sorts, or in their definition, is imposing restriction on liberties or on certain equalities that they expect from their liberal democracies, those two major pillars, that they should be allowed to protest that particular imposition. Where social media, I think, has to be viewed beyond just the regulatory, beyond just the legal standpoint, and in collaboration, especially with big data companies, is in how conversations, discussions, dissensions, consensus building, however we want to see these, how those are manipulated through the software and through the algorithms that are being employed, developed, and in a certain sense, imposed on its users. I'll give you a specific example of this, and this is coming from a journal, and I printed out the abstract and the recommendations here. The September 2022 issue of Decision Support Systems, which speaks to this notion of coordinated, inauthentic behavior. And this is particularly important because through the use of chats and bots and various other software, we're seeing a version of what Shoshana Zuboff has called surveillance capitalism take on a much larger space in social media. What coordinated inauthentic behavior does is it takes on certain viewpoints, it assigns those viewpoints to what is known as either unexpected, suspicious, or exceptional similarity that you see amongst users. This basically means that you can create users that are not real, right? That are particularly virtual. And then you're able to create an outreach to a population that is subscribing to the echo chambers that Professor D'Orazio spoke about, thereby spreading a certain mis or disinformation or malinformation, as Professor Laidlaw defined for us. So in that particular case, there have been several reports by companies such as Meta, who are the parent organization of Facebook and Instagram. I believe Alphabet as well has released reports on how they've managed to curtail what they're calling coordinated inauthentic behavior. The Rohingya the tragedy in Rohingya, the Stop the Steal campaign, various smaller but highly impactful anti-Semitic and racist discourses that have been propelled by such kind of software have actually been curtailed by tech companies. So one thing to think about is how can we learn from the ways in which technology companies are imposing regulation, and how can we also render those as transparent as possible? I'll stop there perhaps so that those who are dealing with this from a legal standpoint can debate this. But as a humanist, I think we're coming to a point where if we can't listen to one another without necessarily dehumanizing them, then we are at a threshold of being unable to deal with dissension.
Wayne McKay, moderator, just before we move to somebody else, I was struck by your term about coordinated inauthentic behavior. How do you describe inauthentic? It's kind of like that line between normal and abnormal. What's authentic and what's inauthentic?
Yeah, this is actually being debated, in fact, as we speak, about the liminal space in which those terms lie. I think the inauthenticity is reflecting specifically the fact that humans aren't propagating the information online, that these are being propagated by machines and machine algorithms.
Okay, great. All right, Moderator McKay, again, I open it up to any other comments. We have about 5 minutes or so left before we move to the next topic. Yes, Professor Laidlaw.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Vivek, I'm just thinking a bit about what you had to say, and it brought home, I think, one of the key aspects of what we're struggling with right now with freedom of expression, which is, social media, as Dax was saying, has opened up such huge opportunities for discourse and for everybody. And so we almost need to break down what the problem area is that should be regulated through law, what sort of we're okay with sort of leaving alone, right? And some of this is this commitment to the messiness of freedom of expression, to be able to discover and figure out who you are and hear other ideas. The struggle that we're having now is that because of the sheer volume and the kind of equitable access on social media, is that the opportunities to dehumanize and harm other individuals is made that much easier. So on a practical level, it's easier to cause harm and it creates a regulatory issue. But in thinking through what the role of law is here, we also have to think of what other things regulate. And so Twitter is a great example here, because at the moment, if we had a law in Canada, would it make a difference right now? Perhaps in my ideal world, it would set the standards of what we expect for corporate responsibility here, that Twitter has certain standards in place to deal with inauthentic behavior, to address content moderation, access to remedy for individuals. So that is where I think a law could help. But it's not as though Twitter, as I think Elon Musk has discovered, is somehow operating in a regulation-free zone. Because what? The marketers don't want to have to advertise on that platform. Well, then they're going to regulate a particular way. Do you know else who doesn't want it? Users. So users leave the platforms when they don't want this particular space. But also others further down. For example, the digital storefronts, the app stores right now are imposing conditions on Twitter to continue to carry the Twitter app. So there's all kinds of different mechanisms that are often at play when we talk about what regulates expression and what regulates what we say and do on social media.
Professor D'Orazio.
I'd like to pick up on some of the insightful comments from my colleagues and speak specifically for a moment about some of the practical and also moral tensions in drawing the lines of free expression in online spaces and specifically on social media. So the first one is practical, and that is built on millennia of histories of censorship. Censorship or content moderation, however you'd like to describe it, has several millennia of history, and there's always a tension between having restrictions or content moderation that is either too broad or too narrow. If restrictions are too broad, we can get chilling, for example. We constrict public discourse in ways that are unmerited, and that is a problem, not just for self-realization or the pursuit of truth, but democracy itself. Us being able to have something akin to a marketplace of ideas is a pillar of liberal democracy. On the other side, if our content moderation, if our restrictions are too narrow, they might be ineffective. They might only capture, for example, the outer margins of expression. And so the problem there is that they're not actually making our online spaces safe and accessible for everyone. And so that tension between regulations being either too broad or too narrow is seen throughout the history of censorship and also freedom of expression. The other thing, or the other tension, is practical, but also in a sense moral, and it is presently, because social media platforms for the most part are considered intermediaries or platforms rather than publishers, there's a disjuncture between the protections for expression citizens have in the public sphere, understood in a very big and broad sense, and the protections for expression that they have in online spaces. And so if we believe in free expression, if we think that it is the lifeblood of democracy, it may be the case that it is a problem that citizens have less protections for their expression on private platforms that are nonetheless have become the default public sphere. I think it is the case that people increasingly, if they want to be apprised of current or public affairs, are opening Facebook or Instagram rather than opening a newspaper or reading a periodical. And so that distinction between public and private on these platforms is really important and lurking below the surface of how we devise meaningful regulations related to content restrictions or potential content restrictions.
Okay, Professor Penny, we've got about 2 minutes left.
Sure, thanks. And I thought I'd pick up on a few nice comments from my colleagues here. When we talk about freedom of expression, speaking as a legal scholar, there are certain assumptions when we speak of freedom of expression as to why we see it as a key value, why we want to protect it and cultivate it in a democratic and free and democratic society. And, one of the assumptions of freedom of expression that lawyers often talk about is the idea of a marketplace of ideas, right? If you allow for people to engage with each other, that the best ideas in the end will rise to the top and win the day. But I think when we move to the new digital public sphere, as Professor D'Orazio has, that is, platforms are designed to favor certain kinds of speech, behavior, and activities. And often it's the kinds of activities and speech and behavior that they can monetize. And one of the unfortunate realities of the social media landscape is that often more harassing, polarizing, tribalistic, hateful engagement leads to additional polarization amongst different groups. It's that kind of engagement that these platforms often favor at the expense of more civil discussion and discourse. And so then I think that leads us also to the point that was also raised by Vivek earlier on, is this notion of surveillance capitalism. What are the business models that encourage and incentivize this kind of behavior, where this kind of activity and expression is favored, which drives, as Professor Laidlaw set out quite eloquently earlier, drives certain marginalized groups, women, visible minorities, more often targeted by this more antisocial behavior on platforms, which additionally skews the marketplace of ideas that we lawyers love to talk about.
Moderator McKay, again, excellent panel and discussion on this. We could go on much longer, but I want to move on to our next interesting topic, and we're pretty well on time at this point, which is the topic of ideologically motivated violent extremism, and in particular, the role that plays in society generally, and in particular in relation to protest, and just some of the broad questions to consider when Professor Morin kicks us off on this in a moment, is the source of that term, ideologically motivated violent extremism, some examples perhaps, and in particular its relevance to the issues at hand. So with that in mind, Professor Morin, the floor is yours.
Merci.
Thank you, Wayne. Yes, I'd like to take a few minutes to put the events of Ottawa in a larger context, in the evolution of ideological extremism, if I may. to start with, what happened in Ottawa was not an isolated event, for one thing. And we saw similar events in the preceding decade, and it was not due to the pandemic. The pandemic had an accelerating effect, that's for sure, because there was a lot of psychological distress, and there was and it encouraged the challenging of governmental authority, and it was used by other political agents as well. Now, there are three main things about this evolution of violent extremism, which I will link to the events in Ottawa. The first one is the emergence of a sort of convergence of the struggles, of the ideological struggles. Some say convergence, others will say confusion of ideological struggles. And the main element here is we try to design an ecosystem of violent extremism. You have the extreme right, you have the anti-government movements, you have the extreme left as well, and there's also the religious element. I'm thinking of jihadism here. And there's also the extremism motivated by hatred of women. That's where you have most victims. Think of the Polytechnique 30 years ago, the events in Toronto. There were two of them, where you had many deaths, and that's what caused the greatest number of deaths in our country. So you have that ecosystem we're trying to design, and people will pick and choose, and they will construct their own radical menu. And for us researchers, it causes problems when we collect information and try to have clear boxes here. So that's where you have to contextualize the events in Ottawa. And there was the domination here of the radical right. You have neo-Nazism, neo-fascism, the extreme right, white supremacy, and all that. And there was also populism, right-wing populism that is gaining popularity in the West, and you have a reappropriation of the challenging movement. For 18 months, we observed some 60 or 50 conspiracy leaders, and half of them belonged to the right or the extreme right in Quebec and Canada. 20% belonged to the anti-authority movement, and 25% belong to the alter science. So, alternative science. So we're trying to design this new environment, and you have multiple ideologies, but all that preceded the pandemic. And I'll get back to that question later. Now, second point, the challenge today is, yes, we have organized groups, but we also have a lot of solitary actors. I didn't say solitary wolves, because wolves are not solitary to begin with. And now we've been talking about social media. Now, all these people can exchange ideas on social media. They can feed on social media before they decide to act. Now, there's this figure from the global terrorism database, and it says that almost 60% of terrorist acts were committed by solitary actors. And not by structured organizations. And that's extremely important, because one of the fears we had in Ottawa was this idea of a solitary actor who was feeding on online speeches before acting. And my third point, the forms of the violent extremism, and I'll give you three figures that are fundamental, and that's why we talk more about extremism and not terrorism. First you have hate crimes. And we've seen that here in Ottawa. And I'll give you some statistics here published by the Canadian government on that. In 2016, police services reported 1,400 crimes. In 2020, it was 2,700. So there was more hate crimes declared or reported by police. Now, this may be attributable to various factors, but because there's more reporting, but still, there is a very important increase. Now, this race, ethnic origin, sexual orientation, and race. These three categories allow me to think that they can all be linked to right-wing extremism. The second type, the terrorist acts, and again I'm quoting the database from 2014 to 2019, so before the pandemic, there was an increase of 250% of terrorist incidents linked to right-wing extremism in the West. So in Utøya, Anders Breivik in Norway, that opened a decade of right-wing terrorism in the West. The jihad threat did not disappear, but it created a new, or the resurrection of a form of right-wing extremism. So that's what we have now, and you have the, for instance, the incident of the mosque in Quebec and the one in London and Ontario too. It shows that we are impacted by right-wing extremism.
And my last point, the last kind of violence, has to do with violent protests. And once again, I'll quote you the Global Terrorism Database. Between 2011 and 2019, and it's interesting to look at the statistics before the pandemic, because we can clearly see that there were tendencies even then that have been exacerbated by the pandemic. So between 2011 and 2019, we see an increase of 278% of violent protests in the Western world. And we think of the yellow jerseys in France, which is a kind of a weird cocktail between extreme left and extreme right. And we also have the January 6th uprising in the United States, which was the pinnacle of violent protests, which is well documented. So the January 6th assault are all Trump sympathizers, but there were nevertheless extreme right groups that were involved in that incident, whether they were QAnon adepts or people who directly belong to groups like the Proud Boys, groups that are considered as terrorist groups by certain government officials. And of course, then we have the incidents in Ottawa with the Convoy. So what I wanted to introduce here is that the events that occurred in Ottawa, and of course I'm not going to compare the Convoy with January 6th and the assault on the Capitol. There's no relationship. But the idea that I want to present here is that the violent protests with the involvement of underlying violent ideologies and extreme groups existed long before the pandemic. The pandemic probably exacerbated these problems and exacerbated the tendency of the rise of extreme right ideology in the Western world. And so I think it's really important to and Wayne still hasn't told me that my time is up, so, but I will, you're getting close, yes. So Canada, and I will end on this point, even if the threat is less important in Canada than it is in the United States, the figures and the intelligence that we have shows that there is a clear and present danger. The question remains, has it been well assessed by the intelligence establishment of Canada? Has it been appropriately evaluated, and are we aware of the national security threat it poses?
Thank you. I'm just going to ask one question, and either turn it over to Professor Venkatesh after that. Either one of you or both of you might be able to answer this. As you've probably noticed, lawyers are a bit obsessed with definitions, and one of the questions I have in the term itself, how does one define ideological in terms of the ideologically motivated violent extremism or even violence? Although I know that it could be a whole thing on that, so maybe I'll throw that out generally to both of you to comment on briefly. But Professor Moran, if you want to start off on that.
Oui, en fait, il n'y a pas vraiment de consensus sur la façon.
Well, there's no consensus as to the way we define this, but there are two elements here. First of all, there's a category of analysis that's a fairly broad analysis that allows us to recognize heinous crimes and terrorism, which are both recognized in the criminal code. And so so we just talked about terrorism, but now with defining this concept of ideologically motivated violent extremism, that we see that there's a much broader spectrum of violent crime. And so for us as researchers or for the security establishment, it gives us a broader picture of the problem. And then, so to answer your question about ideology, I don't think we have a consistent, and I don't want to open a debate here, but the security establishment look at ideology in a fairly restrictive sense. And because, of course, we don't want to enter into the political ramifications of it, because there are some ideologies that are religious and political, and some ideologies that profess one belief. So these are distinctions that are important, but in the context of the environment that I was describing earlier, these distinctions are rather gray or fuzzy. So I think we have to recognize on the question of genocide and apologies, I'm not a law professor, by the way. So that's what we understand by ideology.
Mr. Venkatesh, on that or a much broader intervention.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is Vivek Venkatesh here. I just want to build on what my colleague Professor Moha pointed out as the government of Canada's distinction between ideologically motivated violent extremism and those that are religiously motivated and also politically motivated. But they also point out that it's very difficult to distinguish whether and how the three different types of violent extremism that have been defined interact and influence one another. And I think that's important to take into account whenever one creates policies, whenever one is debating laws that are being put in place in order to prevent this work. But my sense as a humanist, again, would be to decry the fact that the original meaning of ideology, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the science of ideas, has been reduced to one that describes perhaps fringe thoughts, fringe movements, fringe collections that have come together which are destructive in orientation. And I think that that needs to be brought back to bear on how we name. So the nomenclature itself is important, but also how we treat this notion of ideologies. I'd like to just also build on some of the work that my team has conducted, and I want to acknowledge the work of my colleague and my former postdoctoral fellow, Ryan Scrivens, who conceived a really interesting study where he gained access to 10 former Canadian right-wing extremists. So these were in various neo-Nazi movements from anywhere from 6 months to more than 20 years. And over the course of 18 months, he and our team at Concordia University conducted life course narratives with these 8 men and 2 women. And I'd like to focus specifically on the role of the internet in facilitating right-wing extremism specifically. And what we found is not very dissimilar from what has already been described in other literature from the West, specifically in the United States, in that falling into the trap of neo-Nazism and right-wing extremism happens very much on a face-to-face basis. It goes through underground meetings, it goes through being groomed to a certain extent when you are young and feeling disenfranchised. And these are analyses that and themes that have come to bear with the interviews that we have looked at. But importantly, the internet was seen as a facilitator for entrenching these values. And this was done through forums. This was done through what Professor D'Orazio rightly labeled as silos or echo chambers, where you get patted on the back for points of view that resonate within a small and sometimes much larger circle of people who share a specific opinion of yours. But if you come back to my contention and the contention of big tech companies that coordinated inauthentic behaviors can in fact magnify these narratives to an exponential scale, then you can imagine how easy it is for someone who's falling into the extremist movements to be influenced very, very heavily by a narrative that is repeated over and over again. And the danger, I guess, that we face when we look at the specific events in Ottawa is if there are certain so-called fringe elements within the convoy and they are working the data that they are receiving on social media, the information they're receiving on social media, and some of which may be coordinated and inauthentic in its orientation, then there's a likelihood that they will want to act on the specific information, misinformation, disinformation that they're receiving. So the internet in and of itself plays what we're calling a secondary role. You do need a community, very often in right-wing extremist movements, to build a camaraderie, build a sense of belonging, build an identity with which you feel comfortable. And then you can find solace and find ways in which you can describe your own dehumanizing rhetoric towards the other, and then, unfortunately, act it out, right, through violent means. So I wanted to make this point particularly because this work has been, is quite instrumental in the way that we are describing prevention programs that can help us to bring some of these former extremists or these extremists out of these movements.
Thank you very much. And Professor Laidlaw.
Yeah, thank you. I want to build on what Vivek is saying and maybe add a point about social media content moderation, because when we talk about violent extremism, I mean, we have particular laws that address, counseling terrorism and hate propaganda, et cetera. But there isn't a law against extremism. And so we're often, we are turning to social media right now to set down through content moderation, through self-regulation, what kind of expression they're willing to host or not. And so when we talk about some of the fringe platforms or social media, we're usually talking about social media that do not proactively monitor content to action and that just rely on legal definitions of and only remove content that is unlawful. And so we're actually dependent on social media to proactively take some steps to address the forms of extremism that Vivek was talking about is, sort of entrenching different views. So let me give an example of how difficult this can be right now. I mean, one example I gave is just the use of jokes, but the other is that often groups talk in code. So let's imagine a video that is posted on TikTok and someone is saying some just, anti-government type message, which in and of itself is, there's nothing wrong with having that view and wanting to express it. But behind them are guns, for example, on the bed. And this is an example that's been given to me previously. What is social media supposed to do about that? Some of this is that kind of the slow violence of just normalizing certain rhetoric and sometimes coded messages in the background. And social media is having to grapple right now with how to address this. This is lawful expression, but it might not be expression that they want to host in their space. But if we're talking about the private spaces as becoming the new public sphere, which is something that Dax was talking about, then they have to take seriously freedom of expression, but they are setting their own limits to address what is lawful, but extremism.
Moderator McKay, Professor DeRazio, over to you.
Thank you. Hopefully, just 2 quick points. I think it's vitally important to build upon what's already been said, to take a peek behind the curtains and actually look at what motivates social media companies. So what the algorithms look like and what the infrastructure of those companies actually look like. The algorithm itself, or the architecture itself, essentially has 2 impulses. One impulse is to maximize engagement, and that is just keeping eyeballs on the apps, on the devices as much as possible, using any means necessary. In that broad sense, the content itself is a derivative problem of a much larger algorithmic problem, which is engagement is strategized at any cost, and sometimes to the detriment of the well-being of the actual users themselves. We're only now catching up to, in the public sphere, having an important conversation about the social, political, and psychological effects of social media engagement. We've talked at length about the positives and also some of the negatives, and so getting that balance right is very important. The business model, too, of some of big data is to ask for forgiveness rather than permission. And so they're often engaging in grand social experiments in commodifying the human experience and our own personal and private data for their own self-interest, sometimes completely surreptitiously, or at least on a contractual basis that can easily be questioned. Eventually, we have a very large public scandal that gives us a peek behind the curtains, like a Cambridge Analytica, like an Edward Snowden. But for the most part, people are blissfully unaware of the way that their experiences are commodified, repackaged, and sold when they engage on social media sites. The other thing that I'd like to mention is that when we're trying to understand the problem and the risks of extremism that's specifically online, in the sense that it comes about and it's nourished in online spaces, I think we need to make a really important distinction between the people that we might say are the useful ignorance, who, as a result of the pandemic especially, might be incredibly isolated, incredibly lonely. It's been a time in which we've had some social isolation and detachment. It's also true that in the last few decades, we could say that most people consume the mental equivalent of junk food. And so our informational literacy doesn't conform to some of these big lofty goals that we have for the citizen in the theory of liberal democracy. So we need to make a distinction between those who get swept up in these movements, these ideas, these arguments online, and those who actually pose some real legitimate danger to the public sphere. Those that are explicit manipulators, those that are motivated by sometimes very dangerous ideologies, and also those that are just shameless entrepreneurs at the end of the day. So again, making a distinction between those who might harbor some good faith and engage in online content, sometimes extremist content, say unknowingly in a sense, or at least out of a desire for creating meaning and also creating community, and those who are the propagators explicitly of misleading information for profit and also for ideology.
Moderator McKay again, Professor D'Orazio was just talking earlier about the echo chamber effect, and then I think Professor Venkatesh mentioned the sort of what I would call maybe fractured communities that are out there and people who get reinforced in their beliefs. And Professor Penny, you haven't had a chance to intervene yet, so I'll throw those two in your direction, and either of the other two can elaborate if we have moments to do that. So,
sure, thank you, Professor McKay. Professor Penny, I'm not sure if these comments are directly responsive to that question, but maybe in part. And I mean, some of this comes back to the broader regulatory challenges on these questions as well. Back in 2019, I was a visiting researcher at the Technology and Social Change Project at Harvard Kennedy School's Shorenstein Center, and we looked at what we called disinformation and media manipulation campaigns. The reason why we used the specific term campaign was these were examples of coordinated efforts to manipulate media and to spread disinformation. And in particular, we looked at a number of case studies, including some case studies of disinformation and media manipulation campaigns during the 2019 Canadian election. And building off a point that Professor Laidlaw made earlier, one of the challenges here is, we talk about surveillance capitalism, we talk about business models and the challenges with these platforms. And the business model that monetizes antisocial behavior, and that includes disinformation and misinformation, for example. But at the same time, the disinformation campaigns that we studied in 2019, a lot of the most successful ones were ones that had been seeded many years prior to 2019. These were stories and ideas and false stories, false rumors that percolated in far-right social media groups, whether we're talking on the Chans, 4chan and others, far-right nationalist groups on Reddit, for example, where they had been certain rumors and false stories were percolating for years. But once the election comes around, we have greater media coverage. There was a coordinated effort to use tactics, what we call working these false rumors up the chain, trying to get larger influential accounts and larger social media platforms to share this kind of information. And of course, there were even some successful disinformation campaigns where we had mainstream journalists asking questions of politicians about these rumors that had been already discredited and debunked by other journalists. But the broader point that I'm getting at here is that when we're thinking about how to deal with this from a legal, regulatory, even a societal perspective, we can talk about the large platforms, and that's really important, and the business models, and I've been also banging the table on that count. But we also, if we're going to be thinking through new ways or new regulatory frameworks, we also have to think about these more extreme marginal communities where a lot of these hateful content, disinformation campaigns are planned, coordinated, and conceived, and then later spread in critical moments like during elections, which mislead voters and have impacts that way.
All right. think we're almost at the end, but Professor Moran, I'll take one final intervention here, and then we'll move on to the final stage.
Oui, merci.
Thank you very much. Two short comments. One of the major challenges that we have before the question of extremism is to draw the line between what is acceptable in terms of extremism and political violence. Most people agree that we have to be much more rigorous on the matter of apology of violence, of terrorism and so forth. And Emily, my co-chair, knows this. It's much more difficult when we talk about disinformation. When we talk about extremist ideas that underlie violence. For example, if we talk about the Great Replacement, whereby the theory that that we're trying to replace the original population of a country by a new population, but what do we do with that information in the social media? What is done with that? It's very difficult to draw that line for us. And the matter of disinformation is the same thing. How do you take on massive disinformation campaigns like Stop the Steal? What do we do about things like that? So that's my first point, is the question of the challenge. Do we accept collectively the extremists, and that we only don't accept violence in the name of extremism? It's important to accept that, like in a society, a humanist society like Vivek was describing, but if just because an idea doesn't call directly for violence, that it does not contain implicitly that call, and then racialist minorities are a witness to that. My second comment is more on the matter of regulation. What we often observe is that the common point between all these extremist movements is the loss of confidence in our institutions. Not only that, but very much that. And the risk here is overreacting. In a country like Canada, extremism is still at a more or less acceptable level compared to the United States, for example. But this, I think, overreacting could be counterproductive. And if in our societies we have legal instruments that are very, very restrictive, that will also reinforce this narrative of the extremists. And I think that is another challenge that we have to face as a society, to know where we draw the line. There's no magic formula, but we know that in societies where we tend to be too punitive, the security response just doesn't work in the medium and long term. So collectively, we have to question this. And I think that's what Vivek was mentioning as well, is when you listen to extremists, you have to listen to their grievances as well, to this society, whether it's social justice, lack of confidence in institutions, and so forth. And sorry, but I went a little bit beyond the matter of social media, but I needed to say that. Thank you.
Interesting and important, so I'm not concerned about that. I guess if we now are about to move, Moderator McKay here, to the final stage of this, which is an opportunity without interruption, unless you want interruption, to give your sort of thoughts and reflections on the complex issues presented to this panel, and then any advice or ideas that you might wish to suggest to the Commission or to the public more generally on these complicated issues. And maybe just in case we do run out of time, I want to say for myself personally, I thought it was an extremely interesting and diverse conversation on extremely important topics. So I compliment you all on that, and outstanding efforts to stay within the timeline. So I appreciate that. So what I will now suggest, and we'll just go around the table, I guess, in the order maybe the same as we started with Professor D'Orazio first, just to your overall thoughts, reflections, conclusions on these complex topics, and any advice or suggestions that you might have. So over to Professor D'Orazio to start us off.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. A lot of generative conversation, so thanks to all my interlocutors. I want to pick up on something that was just mentioned by David that we hadn't quite mentioned yet, and that is that policy responses are always laden with unintended consequences. And if we're thinking about free expression specifically, that is definitely the case as well. One of the things that's notable with online extremism is that even though we might develop meaningful regulations, the speed and the pace of technological innovation means that policy and government, in a sense, is always sprinting to try to catch up. Extremists often get ditched from one platform and pop up on another, and it is definitely the case that we've not yet seen the full broad scale of what social media will actually look like. We will actually probably see within the next decade another complete rehauling or revolution in communication technology that facilitates new forms of engagement and meaning making, and also extremism. Getting that balance right, and speaking again of those unintended consequences, we want to make sure that we are not completely driving extremism underground. There's also a case to be made that we want extremists out in the open, that it's much easier to contest extremism when it's out in the open and not lurking in the dark corners of the internet. We also want to be mindful that part of the impetus and the personal and also collective identity making that happens in extremist movements is based on this idea of being antithetical to the mainstream, of the dominant, of the normal. And so in a sense, being pushed to the margins is almost worn as a badge. It's a way to symbol authenticity and belonging. And I think the policy also needs to grapple with that paradox that if one's identity creation is based in opposition to the mainstream, policy shouldn't further that division. We need to think about shoring up trust in public institutions and also the public sphere. So again, a very difficult balance to be had. Speaking specifically and very quickly about social media regulations, I really think what needs to happen among policymakers and public intellectuals, among journalists, et cetera, is to think about social media in the framework of consumer protection. As I mentioned before, we're just now catching up to some of those ramifications, some of which are deeply personal about how social media is changing our social and political world. It's not the case that social media needs to be a punitive and venomous hellscape. It is possible to make the online space safe and accessible for everyone, to expand the public sphere, to improve it, to increase public participation and debate and deliberation at a time when trust and confidence in public institutions is waning, sometimes precipitously, or at least it seems. And so getting that balance just right is just important. And I appreciate conversations to that effect.
Okay. Moderator McKay here, and it's over to Professor Penny.
Great. And yeah, I'd like to again, just say it's been great to be part of this conversation with this excellent panel. Evelyn Douek is a professor at Stanford, and she has a line that she often uses in writing about content moderation. She says, everything is a content moderation problem. In ways, when you're thinking about misinformation and disinformation, I'm almost the opposite of thinking. That is to say, I think some things are a content moderation problem. When it comes to this particular challenge, disinformation and misinformation is a human behavioral problem. We've talked in this panel about coordinated inauthentic behavior, which is a critical important, that is certainly a key factor in this problem. Algorithms, a key part of this problem. But the reason why we keep seeing these disinformation campaigns and media manipulation and misinformation being shared at scale is that it works, that people are fooled people have psychological biases. Professor Laidlaw nicely lays out in her paper some of the psychological foundations to the disinformation problem. That is, people have a confirmation bias. They look for information that confirm their own personal worldview. They have an identity affirming bias, looking for information and stories that they'd like to share with others that affirm their own cultural biases and worldview. And then on top of that is social psychology. The reality that we can speak as a society and how we want to promote freedom of expression and pluralism and these key broader mainstream values, but there are also these groups, extremist groups, ideological groups that exist on mainstream social media platforms that have an entirely different set of social norms, where trolling, harassment, spreading false stories and rumors about people is celebrated and encouraged rather than discouraged, the way we would see in broader society. So there's a human behavioral side to this. And I think if you go back to the definitions that Professor Laidlaw set out nicely in the beginning, you can see the real challenge if we were to draft specific laws to deal with content. Because when it comes to distinguishing between disinformation and misinformation, it's a question of intent, where a person knowingly is spreading false content, as opposed to someone who's innocently doing so in good faith, but are doing so because they like the story and it confirms their prior assumptions about the target of the story, for example. And so you see the challenge from a regulatory and legal perspective of tailoring very specific laws that deals with specific content, which is why I would join in Professor Laidlaw's recommendation. I agree. I like the idea of a more generalized duty, a duty of these platforms and intermediaries to act responsibly. In the UK context, it's been proposed and described as a duty, a generalized duty of care. Why do I prefer that rather than having more specific laws in this count, or that specifically target certain kinds of content, although in some cases that will be necessary as well, because it closes gaps. It can encourage platforms to deal with more than just the bare minimum of lawful or offensive content, maybe dealing with some content that drives certain users from platforms, marginalized groups, visible minorities, women who are disproportionately targeted by abuse online. You can have that kind of a generalized duty that can also get these platforms to deal with misinformation, disinformation as well. A generalized duty also means that we don't have to tailor laws. Earlier I talked about more obscure places online where more extremist communities percolate and seed false rumors and stories that later get picked up by broader actors and larger platforms, and in some cases mainstream media. The rules that you would tailor for those kinds of online contexts would be far different from the legal rules you would tailor for social media platforms. But if you have a more generalized duty that can be defined through over time, with certain regulations over time, more specific applications over time by courts, you can see how that can be applied both to the large-scale platforms, but also to those more obscure places online as well.
I guess we perhaps should move on. We're going to run out of time, but thank you. Yeah. Professor Laidlaw?
Thank you, Professor McKay. I'm sitting here listening to my colleagues, and there are just so many different angles to this. And I think one of the oft-repeated solution, which is, causes some to roll their eyes, but is because we all know it to be true, is that it's a multifaceted solution. If we really want to target the problems of dismiss and malinformation, we are looking at, education. We're looking at underlying social and economic factors. We're looking at improving laws in the area of social media regulation, which we've talked about a lot today, but it also might be in areas such as funding of media. And of course, we have a bill on the table examining that right now. I have been advocating strongly for a law specifically to address the responsibilities of platforms and social media specifically, and is this duty to act responsibly. We need this law, but it's not a solution to everything. It would be one piece of the pie. And I think one thing I want to emphasize with the few minutes I have here is that it's not a perfect solution, and it should not be a perfect solution. Working at its best is really about kind of lifting the game, in a sense, to just work in the direction of a healthier ecosystem. My fear is the be careful what you wish for aspect of this. And I think this is something that Vivek and David have been warning about, is the risks of over-regulation and I guess too much intervention in some of these spaces. So it's really a question of how do we make this healthier? How do we make sure that everyone is welcome to participate in these spaces, and that social media are taking care to think through the impact of the design of their spaces, of the content moderation systems that they do or do not set in place, and the impact on users and on society? Well, it's not going to be a perfect solution to that. If it is operating appropriately, there is an error rate, right? But the assessment needs to be what then would be the bottom line of the expectation of these companies. One would be to have in place certain content moderation systems. One is algorithmic accountability, and I say that with some hesitation, and that would be to the extent that there is access to be able to review and hold them accountable for their algorithmic impact. And by accountability, I don't mean that it's outcome-based. Rather, what I would say is, can they then explain and justify the approach that they are taking to work towards a healthier ecosystem? And I think I might leave it there and pass it on to my colleagues and just say that, it's time, I think, as a solution that Canada introduces some sort of regulation here to start addressing some of the underlying issues.
Okay. Moderator McKay, over to Professor Morin.
Yes, thank you. What view to take on the events in Ottawa, with a bit of distance now? For me, the main information we can draw is that our democracy is strong and fragile at the same time. It's fragile because when some of our citizens no longer believe in democratic institutions, whether they be political, legal, or media, scientific, then the rules of the game change.
Des polarisations sociales.
I think that we have this tendency to think that to take democracies for granted, whereas they are indeed very fragile. And I'd say that the Canadian democracy remains strong, and that's the message I want to send to those who protested in Ottawa. And the Rouleau Commission is a powerful exercise in democracy. We saw here 75 witnesses who talked about what they did and about the decision they took to put in place this Emergency Measures Act. And now, no matter what the Commission will conclude, the exercise of the Commission itself should convince us that our institutions are operating pretty well in a very transparent manner. And that's the strongest conclusion I can come to. And the second aspect of my observations here, now, it has nothing to do with institutions. It has to do with social convergence. How can we equip our democratic institutions with powerful tools powerful enough to defend themselves, but how can we reinforce the social dialogue? And this is a responsibility that we all have, not just the people around this table. And it's the idea that, and I don't want to make a recommendation to the Commission, but we have to look at those events with a certain empathy. Because we have to talk about the victims, because there were several here in Ottawa, but we have to talk about the grievances that people had when they came here to protest. Now, this has to deal more with political philosophy, but it's important to keep that in mind, because this commission, to me, as a researcher, as a scholar, specialized in security, and as a humanist, as a Democrat, to me, this commission is a fascinating exercise in democracy, and that can contribute to cement the confidence of the population in our institutions. Thank you.
Turn it over to Professor Venkatesh to get the last word on this part. I just want to comment that I think that's a really important, they're all important points, but your point about the commission and the hearings themselves are a reaffirmation of democracy in Canada, and the fact that this kind of hearing is statutorily imposed in the Emergencies Act itself, I think is something we should take some pride in. So I like that. So Professor Venkatesh, last word on this part.
Merci. Alors, je vais juste prendre...
Thank you. I'd like to base my what I have to say on what Professor Laidlaw said and my colleague Professor Morin said. And I'm a teacher, and if I had suggestions for social media companies, for people in the political arena who help us strengthen our liberal democracy, I think our pedagogics should be, or our teachings should be much more social, something that will stay in schools and institutions, post-secondary institutions, I mean. And I mean by that that we must promote a thinking process that will help us humanize, as Mr. Morin says, to humanize the other, the one who's across from us and whom we don't see often enough in our online discussions or in person. And discussions often become tumultuous very much too quickly. So how can we have dialogue where we can leave our own echo chamber, our own silos, in order to listen to the other without necessarily reacting in when we are criticizing the other, when we forget to discuss a phenomenon that we're dealing with. I'd like to mention two people who influenced me very much. Chantal Leroux, she's Belgian. She works in Britain right now. She's a political scientist, and she talks about developing a pluralism that will be agonistic, not antagonistic. So how can we be comfortable in dissent? And that's something I'm trying to develop myself with the policies that we are developing around social media. I'm talking about regulation, but also our own behaviors in social media. Another thing, how can we develop an intellectual insecurity in our conversations? That's what Ian Callan from Stanford said. So this way we will be able to interrogate ourselves. We can have a civil dialogue and by promoting frankness, and we would be promoting a sort of charity. Because when we don't agree with someone, we have to think and see where does that person come from? How did that person develop his or her opinion? And with that sort of interpretive charity, we could build a much more pluralistic framework, and this way, dissension could lead to more consensus. And thank you. I want to thank you very much for allowing me to share this with you.
Much for all of that. Just on the last point, if I could ask one final question, a definition question, big surprise, which is agonistic, as opposed to antagonistic. I think I know what that means, and I quite like it, but I wondered if you just take a second to, Professor Venkatesh, just to give me a short statement of what that means.
I try and read Chantal Mouffe every week as much as possible, just to remember to listen before reacting. But I think their conception of agonism revolves around allowing for the possibility that you do not have to arrive at a consensus at every point in time and an agreement because of the dilution of the issue at stake. So an agonism will allow you to be very, very fiercely protective of your opinion, very fiercely protective of the rationale behind your opinion, but also at a certain point in time think, okay, there are different ways in which this particular issue is being preferred or offered to me because of the perspective of the other. That's how I see it.
Right. Thank you very much. Now, my understanding, and the Commissioner can correct me, we now take a break to solicit whatever questions may be submitted, and we'll return with some questions from Commission Counsel, if I understand that correctly, to the panel. And of course, the Commissioner can ask questions at any time. I don't know if you have any questions at this point, or?
Not at this point, no. Thank you.
Thanks. So I think I'm right. We're adjourned
Yes.
for now. Thank you.
We'll come back at noon.
The Commission is in recess for 30 minutes. La Commission est levée pour 30 minutes. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Welcome back. And just to clarify, I have not been appointed commission counsel in that short time, but I have been asked to pose the questions. So I think that's maybe a vote of confidence. I hope so anyway. We have 6 potential questions. So I will, and a tight time, because my understanding is that the translators leave at a certain point here. So we'll have to be as concise as we can. So with that preamble, and maybe the only other thing I should add is, you probably know some of these questions, at least the core, came from participants. Others are added in other ways. So first question, and maybe I'll reverse my order here and go to Professor Venkatesh first on this one. The role of labeling and labeling in an antagonistic rather than perhaps agonistic way in society generally, but maybe particularly in the media, is that a problem and one that can be addressed? And I guess maybe put that a bit more clearly, that the media in particular is tending towards finding conflict, not finding agreement. And is that in the mainstream media a big problem? And maybe we shouldn't blame it all on social media and those kinds of things. So if you can get a clear question out of that and give me a short answer, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah,
and that's
thank you,
Professor Venkatesh.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Vivek Venkatesh here. Yeah, this is a good question, and the sign of a good question is the hesitation that I have in responding to it. Where I think I will lead off and perhaps invite more reflection is to think carefully about the role of journalism, specifically in promoting pluralistic forms of discussion. And so, to what extent are we asking for journalists to create spaces for pluralism? Whether those spaces are inhabited by antagonistic forms of discussion versus more agonistic forms, I think, is a question of education and also of intent, right? To a certain extent, what do I intend to do here? Do I intend to rile the person speaking on the other side of the issue, or do I intend to think more carefully about, okay, am I learning something about the issue? Am I going to provide a specific perspective because someone thinks differently about this? And I don't think that we should be demonizing either form of those, right? I think that antagonism is necessary when injustices, inequalities are consistently meted out on marginalized groups of people. And so part of this comes not with looking specifically at one media outlet and saying we need to encourage pluralism in that media outlet. The question is, does the media environment allow for a fair representation of multiple viewpoints? So to what extent are we in fact encouraging multiple viewpoints to emanate from various media outlets? The second question, which is related to it, is what tools are available for the public, whether those tools are pedagogical, whether they are political, whether they're legal. What tools are available for the public to be able to enact some form of fact-checking, some form of figuring out the veracity of what they're listening to? So part of that responsibility lies in regulations, lies in policies. Part of it also lies in our education system. So it's a very short way of saying the answer is very complicated. But I am thankful, though, to be a citizen of and to be living in a country where I know that I can find divergent opinions on a topic, but I also rely on my ability to make certain critical decisions about which opinions am I going to side with based on the veracity of what's being presented.
Thank you very much. Moderator McKay here again, a follow-up, as briefly as possible, a sort of subset of that. In particular, what's the role of the mainstream media in labeling, for example, extremist groups as being right-wing or left-wing or a particular extremist group? And anyone who wants to volunteer on that, I'll just you can take that one on briefly. David, you want to? Professor Morin? Yes.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'm going to come back on the very briefly to the other question you were asking. So during the pandemic, we used the term conspirationist to designate some of the people that were protesting health measures, and sometimes that was a good term to use, but sometimes it was used to discredit any kind of challenge to health measures. And in the media used tourist attack and COVIDic people. So, two comments. Scientific data shows that among the factors that people will adhere to conspiration theories, there's the idea that they are stigmatized. But the more we use those kinds of labels, the more we reinforce adherence to radical political ideas. The second thing I wanted to say, and the press conference in the press organization condemned media for using labels like this in Quebec. So, but this is the way the system functions. So I wanted to add that. And on the second topic, I'll be very brief. So what we've seen is that more and more extremist groups use what we call alternative media. My colleagues were talking about the social media, but more and more what we see are fringe social media that are emerging. And I don't want to advertise any of them, so I'm not going to give you specific names. They were extremely present during the convoy in Ottawa, and we saw journalists. So they're self-made journalists because anybody can proclaim that they themselves are journalists using these platforms. And so they were producing re-information or alternative information on the events. So they were saying there were 100,000 people, but you've seen the police reports, even on a big day, there were about 10,000 people in Ottawa. And so that's the kind of information manipulation we see. But that is a direct result of the distrust of official media. But it's now widespread within the general public. So these alternative media have emerged, and some have a lot of followers, hundreds of thousands of followers, and they appear just as credible as mainstream media with reporters on site, on the ground. So I think I wouldn't call it a war, but there's definitely a rivalry between these alternate media and mainstream media. And of course, these media need funding, and they do have access to substantial funding. Thank you.
Another question on a somewhat different slant is should there be part of the recommendations from this commission include suggested changes to the Emergencies Act? And I guess ideally, time and ability to do this, any suggestions would be welcome. So I sort of throw that out. I mean, Emily or John or David or any number of you, but a number of people. That's an open question. David, you want?
La question.
That's got to be the most slippery question of this morning's session.
Ben, y a deux éléments.
So there are two important elements. From what I understand of the Emergencies Act, Emergency Measures Act. The first thing that you were saying, as you were saying, is that the whole aspect of the existence of social media is not taken into account in the law, and when we're managing a crisis, it is really important to be aware of the existence of social media and take them into account. And the second point, and now I'm speaking more as a researcher in national security, I think it's important to take a broader look or broader view of national security than what is we see in the Emergencies Act or the Canadian Security or Intelligence Act. So we've seen the importance of certain bridges for that have strategic economic importance. There's also the issue of climate security, which is to have a direct impact on national security as well. So I think that we should take a broader view of what we consider to be national security. These are the two elements, the important elements that we should look at in terms of the War Measures Act, the Emergencies Act.
Different, somewhat different angle, and maybe Professor Rouleau would be a logical one for this one. What's the role of political actors within the definition of misinformation and malinformation and so on, and to what extent should regulation capture those players as well as others?
That's a great question, and there's no easy answer. I would say that any actor can contribute to misinformation and disinformation. So often, if we look at, say, a disinformation campaign, so one that's intentionally launched, let's say it's state-based, so that would be government, that would be political actors in power that have made that decision. But then they will often then target key influencers because they have a large following, and it might be media, or it might be certain political actors, it might be other types of influencers, and then that then spreads from there to individuals who consume it and maybe believe it, and things go viral. So political actors absolutely can play a key role in spreading both dis and misinformation, and I would also say malinformation in the way that they might label and perpetuate whether it's stereotypes or other forms of hate, right? So they're like anybody else in that system, they just have power and influence.
Another question, and in fact, I was going to send it in your direction, but do a quick, well, maybe can I ask my question and you can add that and then do the other one? The second question, beyond that one, is the role of anonymity in social media in terms of explaining the impact and the hurtfulness of that. And from my days in dealing with cyberbullying, and I thought of you on that. So first of all, add on this one, and then address that as quickly as you can.
For sure.
So Professor Penny.
Yeah, just very quickly, Professor Penny speaking, just very quickly to add to my colleague, Professor Rouleau's comments here on the role of political actors. Something I mentioned earlier, which I think really needs to be fixed in Canada, is the glaring hole in our privacy and data protection laws, which presently do not cover political parties. We have documented cases, and there's both in Canada and abroad, where, like for example, the Cambridge Analytica scandal is a great example where you have misappropriated personal information, user data that was then used for targeted influence operations, disinformation, misinformation, all of that. And if you have political actors that have access to people's personal information and there's no constraints on it, that's a real problem for the challenge that this commission needs to be addressing. So that's one. To come to the second point, again, this is a really hard problem because anonymity really is important to broader democratic discussion. Right? There are certain things that one might be more willing to say when those comments are not necessarily tied to one's professional standing or to their identities, or would not say it because they might risk their job. So anonymity provides some protections to have broader and more robust democratic debates. But there, of course, is a darker side to anonymity on social media platforms. It's often used as cover to allow more abusive behavior. And that includes intentional spread of false information. It gets into some of the other more abusive behavior that we've talked about, harassment, intimate privacy violations, harassment, online abuse, all of that. And so there are different balances that different platforms have come to. Some platforms have real name and sort of a non-anonymity policy. Some, for example, like Twitter, promote anonymity and are fine with it as a policy, though that may change under the new ownership. It's unclear. So I think that if there are going to be laws that would address anonymity, we have to be really careful. Because while you do have those concerns about abuse, you also don't want to undercut the ability of anonymous users to participate in robust democratic discussion that they wouldn't otherwise without that protection of anonymity. Maybe one balance that you see on some platforms where you have internal identity verification, but public-facing anonymity. And that is going to avoid more bots and trolls that want to hide their actual identity and personas and engage in more abusive behavior.
And final question to Professor D'Orazio, a very large one, and you can add on that as well. I'll do as I did with Professor Penny. But the question is, what kinds of mental health and other well-being impacts come from social media and misinformation, malinformation? That very large question. So first of all, add on the second one and then address that one.
Okay, I actually want to rewind if I may, to make some really quick points for the
Professor D'Orazio speaking.
Thank you. Parallel to the rise of social media, we've seen a really intense fragmentation within the field of journalism. And so what that means and why it's consequential for our discussion today is that journalistic information is increasingly tailored for specific audiences rather than a big and a broad audience. And so the consequences of that are that there are declining incentives for journalistic curiosity, for intellectual humility, for example. And one of the things that's notable in the contemporary period is that there was often an anxiety or a hesitance to provide a platform or legitimacy to ideas that are quite easily discredited. But it's still important for the public to be able to understand why specific ideas come to the fore, and also why people might attach themselves to a specific movement, even if we might intersubjectively agree that it has some harmful elements attached to it. And so there needs to be an explicit understanding that trying to understand one's motivations, whether that's on an individual basis or a collective basis, is not the same as providing unearned legitimacy. And so the role of the media is really crucial in trying to explain to a broad public why somebody might come to a specific position, even if we might, in the aggregate, disagree with it. On the point about anonymity, I'd echo what Jonathan mentioned already. It essentially is a double-edged sword. If we want to expand the ambit of public discourse to make it more accessible, to improve democracy, we need to have opportunities for people to blow the whistle. And anonymity is a huge shield for whistleblowers who often have not a great experience in blowing the whistle, be able to do so anonymously. And so if platforms increasingly make requirements that your identity is tethered to your profile or your engagement, for example, there needs to be some commensurate thinking about what the disclosure of wrongdoing can look like that still remains anonymous, because that is definitely one of the positive impacts of social media if we're thinking about the broad contours of democratic participation. To circle back around to the psychological, the sociological effects of social media, we now have a relatively substantial and growing by the day body of literature that's interdisciplinary, that's showing that perhaps left to its own devices, social media has, in a way surreptitiously, confirming our own biases, leading to negative personal habits and traits, and essentially allowing individuals and groups to lean into some of their most unsavory predilections. We're now starting to think about social media engagement as an addiction, for example. We're talking about having a digital detox. And so the conversation that desperately needs to be had is how to salvage and repair some of the positive elements of social media, while thinking comprehensively through some of the negative externalities of engagement online, which we've discussed relatively at length today.
Okay, well, I'll just say a quick word and then turn it over to the Commissioner to have the final word here. But I thank you all very much for outstanding contribution and very much for respecting the time and doing things in a very helpful way. And I think maybe I'll ask Vic over there whether we were agonistic, but I think we were pretty close to agonistic, if not antagonistic as a group, and I think that's a good thing. So anyway, thank you very much for doing that, and I'll turn it back to the Commissioner to end things off any way he wishes.
Well, I haven't got much to add other to the very nice comments that Professor McKay made. This is a very interesting panel. It was obviously thoughtful and helpful. I want to give you a couple of minutes if you want to do a wrap-up as to what it is you think would be that, I mean, based either on the questions or whatever that you think I should know or might help me in the work I'm doing. Si vous avez des commentaires ou des suggestions.
If you have comments and suggestions or add to the answers that were, or the questions that is that were asked, it would be very useful. But frankly, this was a panel and presentations that were very thoughtful and interesting.
Last minute contributions you want to make or comments? I think if not, I'll thank you, but I did want to give you that opportunity.
This is your big opportunity.
Not a big opportunity. Come on, let's not overstate things here.
Bigger than talking to me.
Not sure about that. I don't have any doctorates or anything. I'm just trying to learn the area. Okay, well, thank you very much, and once again, un grand remerciement.
Thank you very much.
PM, la commission est levée jusqu'à 14 heures. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, well, welcome to our second session for today. And we have a new panel to deal with the protection of flows of essential goods and services, critical infrastructure, and trade corridors. Alors, bonjour, bienvenue.
So, thank you. Hello. Welcome. We have a new panel, and they will be discussing or enlightening us on a new subject. So I'm going to ask Professor Vanessa McDonnell to take the floor and introduce us to the various panelists. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, bonjour tout le monde. I'm Professor Vanessa McDonnell from the University of Ottawa, Faculty of Law, where I am an associate professor and co-director of the U Ottawa Public Law Centre. I'm moderating this afternoon's roundtable, and we have 5 experts joining us this afternoon. In person, we have Dr. Ambarish Chandra, Associate Professor of Economics, University of Toronto. Dr. Philip Boyle, Associate Professor in Sociology and Legal Studies, University of Waterloo. Puis en ligne, nous avons Florence Houlette, économiste.
Online, we have Françoise Ouellette with François Delorme Consultation. She's a student of economics and politics at the University of Sherbrooke, and François Delorme, assistant professor at the Department of Economics of the University of Sherbrooke, and he's also the CEO of his own consultation business.
Of the McKechnie Institute for Public Policy and Governance, and faculty member at the School of Public Administration at Dalhousie University. And I hope I've just established my maritime credentials by pronouncing McKechnie properly. Cette table ronde porte sur les infrastructures.
We'll be dealing with essential infrastructures, commercial corridors, and essential goods in Canada.
Around what critical infrastructure and trade corridors are, their risks and vulnerabilities, who is responsible for managing these risks, and what gaps and tensions arise in the governance of critical infrastructure and trade. So because we have a group that is, partly in person and partly online, I'm going to do my best to make sure that we're all actively engaged in the presentation. But I do ask your indulgence if it turns out that, working between these two media proves a tiny bit challenging. Okay, so we're going to begin this morning by talking a little bit about the basics, some definitional questions. And we're going to start with the question of what critical infrastructure is. And on this question, I will begin with you, Professor Boyle.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the Commissioner for this opportunity to be here today. In general, critical infrastructure refers to the physical systems and networks that are essential for the functioning of our social, political, and economic activities of a country. In the federal national strategy for critical infrastructure is defined as processes, systems, facilities, technologies, networks, assets, and services essential to the health, safety, security, or economic well-being of Canadians and the effective functioning of government. The national strategy further subdivides critical infrastructure into 10 sectors: energy and utilities, finance, food, transportation, government, information and communication technology, health, water, safety, and manufacturing. Each of these sectors have lead federal departments that are responsible for CI-related activities specific to that sector and for liaising with provincial, territorial, and private sector partners with shared responsibility for critical infrastructure. Now, government concern for critical infrastructure really emerged or catalyzed since roughly the year 2000. So events such as the Y2K computer changeover problem, 9/11, the 2003 blackout focused concern that our collective reliance on complex and large-scale systems introduce new vulnerabilities in which localized crises would cascade into widespread or to have widespread detrimental effects for society. And it's precisely this concern that led during the COVID lockdowns to having certain areas of the workforce declared to be essential so that basic government and economic functions could continue during those lockdowns. It was also it was the same concern that arose during the Rogers telecommunications disruption earlier this year, in which some public services, including police and other emergency services, were disrupted when they relied on Rogers for telecommunication services. And what all these events highlight is that our social, political, and economic functioning of a society depend on large-scale, complex, and in some cases, highly tenuous networks. And the people who operate those networks, the human resources that make these networks run. And that these networks, because of their complexity and interconnected nature, are vulnerable to all kinds of failures and disruptions that are difficult to predict, yet can have widespread societal disruptions or consequences.
Thank you, Professor Boyle. So we're hearing that there are a wide range of sectors that are considered to have critical infrastructure. Going to you, Professor Quigley, can you perhaps elaborate on some of these threats to critical infrastructure that Professor Boyle has identified?
Sure thing. I want to start off by just saying thanks so much for having me at the panel discussion, and also thank you, Professor McDonald, for your pronunciation of McKechnie, which is spot on. So you have indeed established your credentials, your maritime credentials. So threats to critical infrastructure come in different shapes and sizes. The climate change and natural disasters are the ones that get a lot of attention these days. They include floods, wildfires, hurricanes, earthquakes, and ice storms. There can be terrorist plots like Toronto 18, terrorist attacks like 9/11, labor unrest like a strike action, environmental protests at seaports, cyber attacks like the one we saw in Estonia 2007, which disabled part of its banking infrastructure, industrial failures, which can be sometimes accidents that result in bridge collapses, train derailments. There are nuclear examples like Chernobyl, for example. Water contamination like Walkerton, contamination of food supply, an example like a foot and mouth disease spread. So the threat level can be understood in terms of risk. And I note there's been quite a few references to risk in some of these panels discussions. So risk is perhaps a little bit worth unpacking at this point. Risk is generally understood as a function of probability and consequence. So on the consequence side, all of these events are consequential when they occur, judging by dollars lost, property or reputational damage, or body count in the case of death. Taking a step back, some can be more consequential than others, and these consequences are not necessarily viewed or shared equally. On the probability side, some of these events occur more often than others. So when we think of 9/11, it's likely a once-in-a-lifetime event, we hope. When we think about wildfires and hurricanes, they occur from time to time and in the same regions from time to time. So I'll note in Halifax, for instance, we're on a hurricane path, so every few years we have a pretty devastating hurricane that blows through the region. Another distinguishing feature is the presence of a malicious actor. When natural disasters occur, we can build up infrastructure to protect ourselves. Dikes, for example, to protect against flooding in flood-prone areas. When you have a malicious actor, you have an adaptive agent. So protecting airports might result in a malicious actor targeting trains. So when you're trying to protect yourself against those who would do you harm, you have to take a holistic view. Otherwise, you're building half a fence. And as they say, building half a fence is no fence at all. Finally, I'll just underscore that the importance of access to predictive data is an important consideration when examining risk problems. The number of car accidents is actually very predictable every year, year in and year out. It's pretty stable. The number of terrorist attacks or bridge collapses is not. This necessitates a different approach, which I think we'll explore in more detail during the discussion. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Professor Quigley. At this time, would any of the panelists like to provide additional remarks on this first theme? Okay, so, and I believe we're going to come back to this discussion of risk as we get further into the discussion and talk a bit more about how risk is evaluated and how that needs to factor into the policy response to these threats to critical infrastructure. D'accord, maintenant, on va...
Now, I have a question for Mr. Delorme and Mrs. Ouellette. What is a commercial corridor? And we'll begin with Mr. Delorme, if we may. Do you hear me well? Yes, we do. Thank you. Great, thank you. Now, thank you for this invitation to testify before your commission. I'll ask Mr. Chandra to define further what is a commercial corridor. Florence Ouellette and myself, what we wanted to do today was to establish to find an answer to the question, to what extent is a commercial corridor vulnerable? How do we exchange goods, Canada, United States, and how can we say that, and how can we say that there is a vulnerability on that side? And I'll ask Florence to tell you more about the position of Canada with regards to the United States and with regards to the picture of importation and exportations. So, and we'll see how all this has an impact on employment and direct employment and indirect employment. And I'll give you an example of that. So, Florence, could you please begin and give us an idea of the picture of the relationship we have with the United States? Can you hear me well? Okay. Hello, I'm Florence Ouellette. Thank you for letting me participate in this roundtable. Now, with regards to commercial corridors, yes, there's a geographic element, of course, in the definition, because it allows the transportation of goods and services between two different countries. In the case of Canada, some corridors, especially with the United States, they can be critical in infrastructures for Canada. For instance, Canada is a small, open economy because we export quite a lot of what we produce every year. We export that abroad, of course, and the vast majority of these exportations are with the United States, as we mentioned it in the document written by Mr. Delorme and myself. About 62% of the commercial Canadian trade is with the United States. The second biggest commercial partner of Canada is China, and it's about 9% of Canadian trade. And then Ontario is right in the Canadian tendency, because it's very much dependent on the United States for its trade, and for goods, it's even more important for Canada, United States, and the Ontario. You won't be surprised to hear this. We have a common border, of course, with the United States, and the essential part of that trade is done by truck, which explains that there are many critical infrastructures, as Mr. Boyle and Mr. Quigley were saying, that's part of the commercial corridors, and they can be very vulnerable. For instance, what we had with the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge in last February, and Mr. Delorme will complete the explanation here. Okay, what as Florence was saying, the Deputy Minister of Finance said so last week, Mr. Sabia, and Minister Freeland, when she testified. Canada is very much dependent on the trade by truck with the United States. That's the first effect. The second effect to be taken into account is that every job, for instance, in the automobile sector in Ontario, to take just one example, it's not just the job in the manufacturing sector, in the auto sector, that at risk when you have troubles with the with traffic or the Ambassador Bridge. The worker, he has a house, he shops for groceries every day, he buys insurance and other services. So this job is responsible for many other connected jobs in the economy. Some studies show that there's a multiplying effect of that job. For how many other jobs is it responsible? It can reach 8 jobs just in the auto sector. So when you have troubles, say, with the Ambassador Bridge, as Florence was saying, it's a critical aspect of the Ontario economy that is threatened because there are a lot of jobs gravitating around the auto sector. It's not just the auto sector per se that is imperiled. It's everything that's around it. And I'll stop here. And when we make, we try to calculate to see how many jobs are threatened because they're dependent on the Ambassador Bridge. It's 350,000 jobs that are dependent on the Ambassador Bridge corridor. So there's 4.5% of all jobs in Ontario and 2% of all jobs in Canada. Now, it may not seem for a lot for some people, but if these jobs disappear permanently, if the chaos is prolonged, you could think that the economic cost could be much, much higher, and some of these job losses would be permanent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Delorme.
Two issues that were raised that I'm hoping you might be able to elaborate on here a little bit. The first is how trade corridors in Canada are defined by trade networks with the US. And then the importance of truck trade was also mentioned, and I'm hoping you might be able to speak to that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Professor McDonnell. So, you know, if you look at most international trade around the world, the two most common modes by which goods are sent to and from or between countries is by air and by sea. But that's actually not true in the case of Canada and the United States. We have, you know, the vast majority of our goods are actually transported over land, mainly by truck, although to a slightly smaller extent by pipeline or by rail. And you know, and not only are Canada and the US each other's largest trading partners, we're also the single biggest trading relationship in the world. So we're quite unusual in that sense that our trade is mainly over land, because that's an outlier by world standards. But yeah, the vast majority of our land-based trade is by truck. Something like 63% of all goods that are imported and exported between Canada and the United States travel across the land border by truck. And there are thousands of these trucks that enter Canada every day. There's on an average day, something like 14,000 trucks enter Canada from the United States. And so when we think about our trade corridors, we really should be envisioning our land-based trade corridors with the United States, because that's really most of what we trade. And specifically, when we think about our critical infrastructure, there's roadways, there's highways, but really, most importantly, there are bridges. And the reason for that is that, as we just heard, Ontario is the sort of center point of trade with the United States. In fact, it's disproportionately the case that Ontario trades with the US. Ontario has 38% of Canada's population, but it receives 63% of incoming trucks. So it really, by contrast, Quebec has 24% of Canada's population, but only gets 11% of trucks. So trade is disproportionately concentrated in Ontario. And what's striking about Ontario is that the province is entirely separated from the United States by water bodies, by either the Great Lakes or by rivers. So what that means is to enter Ontario, you have to cross a water body, which means you have to cross a bridge. And so there's really just 4 bridges, all of which are in southern Ontario, that carry the vast majority of our trade. And so our critical infrastructure is dependent on these bridges. We can talk more about it, I think, as the conversation proceeds, but just as a single point, the Ambassador Bridge is easily the most important of these bridges, carrying 30% of our trade. But yeah, these 4 bridges constitute our critical infrastructure.
Thank you. So I'm going to push you a little further into the conversation here, Professor Chandra, because the Ambassador Bridge is critical to the discussion here at the Commission, obviously played an important role in the events that gave rise to this Commission. And we know that the bridge was blocked for a period during the events that took place. So I'm wondering here if you can, tell us a bit more of the backstory. How is it that Canada and Ontario became so dependent on the Ambassador Bridge as a trade corridor?
So, as best as I can tell based on my research, a lot of this has to do with what I would call historical accident and then path dependence. So the Ambassador Bridge was built almost a century ago. It was completed in 1929. It was built to facilitate trade across the Detroit River between Michigan and Ontario. And once it was completed, it was used heavily by the auto industry because Ford and General Motors and other car manufacturers had plants in both Michigan and Ontario. And so they relied on the bridge extensively, going back to the 1930s and since then. And the trade over the bridge became so important commercially and economically that we saw a lot of investment made to support the bridge. Investments were made both by the private sector as well as by governments. So the private sector, the firms that traded invested by building, warehouses, sorting facilities, loading docks, in order to, quickly and efficiently transport goods that were coming on and off the bridge. Governments invested by, building highway on-ramps and off-ramps. So Ontario 401, Interstate 75 and 96 in the US, all of these interstates point directly at the Ambassador Bridge. Governments also invested by allocating customs agents, building customs inspections facilities and so on. And so the more investment that the bridge attracted, the more efficient it became to process vehicles. And so the more traffic it actually attracted, including by non-auto industry actors. And so we sort of got into this cycle, which you can think of as either virtuous or a vicious cycle, by which it attracted more traffic, so we threw more infrastructure investment at the bridge and so on. And so now the Ambassador Bridge is absolutely vital to Canada-US trade, carrying 30% of our trade. And it's not as though it's all the auto industry. So like I said, Ontario gets about 63% of trade with the US. You might think that that's dominated by the auto industry, but it's actually not. By my calculations, even the non-auto industry, so everything other than automobiles, is still heavily concentrated in Ontario. A little bit less, more like 55%. But that just goes to show you how even other industries became reliant on the Ambassador Bridge over time.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chandra. I'd like to invite those who are on the screen with us to contribute to this discussion. Monsieur Delorme, Madame Ouellette, Professor Quigley, would you like to add anything at this moment about the significance of the Ambassador Bridge as a trade corridor?
Well, I'm going to let Florence speak first. Yes, thank you. In fact, if you'll allow me the analogy to sum up what's been said so far, what my colleagues and I have explained so far is that you have to picture the Ambassador Bridge as a funnel to understand its importance for the Canadian economy. So it explains the dependency of Canada and Ontario on commerce with the United States, the manufacturing industry, and the automobile industry, as Professor Chandra just indicated. But you have to also remember that funnels can also be seen as an hourglass. They have the same shape. And so there are many more impacts that are much broader, the indirect impacts that nevertheless are important, as my colleague Monsieur Delorme just explained, by talking about the multipliers and how that translates into lost or gained production and lost or gained employments as a result of congestion on the Ambassador Bridge. Mr. Ouellette, would you like to add something? Oh, Monsieur Delorme, sorry. Yes, I just wanted to say that as we summarize in dollar amounts what Madame Ouellette has just explained in learned terms, it's anywhere from $150 to $400 million in lost costs, lost income, trade income. So there's a very real economic consequence for Canada. Thank you.
I see that your hand is up. Would you like to add something here?
Sure, I'll just add a couple of terms I think that are useful in terms of thinking about risk problems that can maybe complicate or simplify things for us a little bit. I think one is we often talk about resilience in this field. The term gets used a lot. I feel it's probably losing a little bit of traction just because it gets used all the time to describe a whole bunch of different things. I think it has many, many definitions. But usually when we talk about resilience, we're talking about some sort of adaptive capacity or flexibility or some capacity to bounce back after a failure. That's really important, some capacity to bounce back either through some sort of technical means or organic means. But I'm not really sure that fully satisfies the discussion today. So there are a couple other terms that I think are worth thinking about. One is the concept of redundancy. So when we're thinking about managing risks, the question is, do we have redundant systems in place? So we might think about multiple bridges rather than one bridge. So if we're thinking that when we think about redundant systems, it's the concept of having another system in place that can help us to achieve the same goal if the first system fails. Now that's an expensive way to manage risk, but nevertheless, that can be important if you have a critical system in place. So do we have some redundancy in place that can manage to step in, let's say, if the first system fails? And the second concept is the concept of robustness in our infrastructure. And so when we're thinking about robustness, and I'm referring particularly to the International Risk Governance Council framework, when they talk about robustness, they're talking about systems for which there isn't necessarily redundancy, for which there isn't necessarily resilience. And therefore, we have to make a special effort to protect that infrastructure or to make that infrastructure strong, because if it fails, there will be massive consequences, cascading effects to the failure. So I think this concept of redundancy and robustness can be helpful for us today.
Great. I might come back to Professor Chandra to ask you just a bit about how these concepts are relevant in the context of the trucking industry and in relation to the Ambassador Bridge and the situation in Ontario generally.
Yeah, I think as Professor Quigley said, These are all concepts that I think an efficient system would exhibit, or features that a good system would exhibit. But in the case of trucking, I'd say that redundancy is actually something that's lacking. And again, redundancy in the sense, as Professor Quigley said, of a component that isn't critical on its own, but that can function in the case of failure of another component. But if you think about trucking, cross-border trucking, and the fact that we're so reliant on these bridges in southern Ontario, there's actually, if one of these bridges fails, and we saw a 6-day failure or blockade in February of this year, but there could be other kinds of failure. There could be infrastructure failure, there could be earthquakes, natural disasters, terrorist attacks, and so on. If one of these bridges fails, the next best alternative really isn't a very good substitute. When the Ambassador Bridge was blockaded, some trucks were diverted to the Blue Water Bridge a couple of hours north, but that's time-consuming, it's costly, plus for technical reasons, paperwork has already been filed. It's not easy to just divert traffic, or for that matter, all the way around Lake Erie to the Peace Bridge between Buffalo and Ontario on the eastern side. By contrast, the infrastructure we have over roadways does exhibit redundancy in a more robust way. So, for example, if you think about there's about 107 ports of entry on the land border between Canada and the United States. And for most of the border, if one of these road crossings is blocked or blockaded or just not available, traffic can be diverted fairly easily to a nearby border crossing. That's not true in the case of the bridges, which is another concern because we've concentrated so much traffic into this one small area, and there is really no redundancy built into the system. So when something goes wrong, as it did in February, there's really no good solution.
Right. Okay, thank you. So we're going to move now into what I might call the kind of policy side of our discussion, where we're going to go a little bit deeper on the tools that currently exist to protect Canada's critical infrastructure, trade corridors, and the flow of essential goods and services, but also to sort of examine those existing tools with a critical eye and to ask whether there are governance gaps and challenges that need to be addressed. So I think I'll start with you, Professor Boyle. Do you want to talk a little bit about the existing tools that are in place?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe the first thing to say is that the criminal code makes it an offense to detonate an explosive device in public infrastructure. So that is a crime defined in law. Beyond that, I think it's fair to say that responsibility and authority for critical infrastructure protection or security or resilience is diffuse at best. And by that I mean, I'm not aware of a single legislated point of authority or responsibility for critical infrastructure in all its permutations. Rather, it seems that overall responsibility for critical infrastructure is implicit to the statutory responsibilities of the lead federal departments that lead the 10 different infrastructure sectors, as well as the residual emergency management responsibilities of the federal government. Most of those responsibilities are shared with provincial and territorial governments as well. So on the government side, responsibility for critical infrastructure is a shared enterprise between federal, provincial, and territorial governments. Then we have to acknowledge that most critical infrastructure is privately owned, and there's different numbers that are pegged to this: 80%, 85%, 90%. Fair to say a vast majority of critical infrastructure is privately owned. So that means responsibility for critical infrastructure is shared not only vertically amongst different levels of government, but horizontally with private sector owners and operators of critical infrastructure. So on the question of who's in charge, then, of critical infrastructure, the answer is it depends. It depends on the statutory and jurisdictional context in which an accident, a crisis, in which something happens. Or to put it roughly, what happened and what was affected will determine who's responsible after the fact. In the early 2000s, the federal government was prompted to take more of a proactive role to try to coordinate these various government and private sector actors towards a common aim of enhancing Canada's critical infrastructure resilience. Public Safety Canada is currently responsible for that role, and the main policy framework or instrument for making that happen is the National Strategy for Critical Infrastructure, which was adopted in 2009. My understanding is that Public Safety Canada doesn't have any distinct powers to instruct or compel other levels of government or private sector owner-operators to undertake specific CI-related obligations within the national strategy. So one way that this might change would be to empower Public Safety Canada to be able to mandate minimum service requirements or standards that could be tailored for particular sectors. And I think this might work in sectors where there's a small number of fairly powerful companies, such as communications or energy. Another limitation of the national strategy is that as it was formulated in 2009, it does not include Indigenous groups or municipalities as stakeholders as they are defined in the national strategy. The national strategy is a policy framework that enables federal, provincial, and territorial governments to work together with the private sector. Indigenous groups, municipalities are not included in that framework. So another broad, high-level limitation to our governance strategies for critical infrastructure in Canada is this omission. And one way that could be improved going forward is to include municipalities and Indigenous groups as stakeholders under the national strategy. And actually, I know this is a known issue for Public Safety Canada, and it was identified in a recent review of the national strategy for critical infrastructure by Public Safety Canada. So this is already very much on their radar. It's also worth noting some newer developments in the field of critical infrastructure protection that have happened over the last couple of years. In the summer of this year, the province of Ontario joined Alberta and Manitoba as provinces that have introduced provincial legislation that create punishable offenses, punishable by fines or by jail time, having to do with interfering with critical or essential infrastructure. So for the record, this legislation is in Alberta, the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act of 2020. In Manitoba, the Protection of Critical Infrastructure Act 2001. And in Ontario, the Keeping Ontario Open for Business Act 2002. The details of these provincial level laws are different. They define critical infrastructure in slightly different ways, or they might refer to essential rather than critical infrastructure. But they all make it an offense to interfere, either to enter or to interfere with the operations of critical infrastructure, as they are designated in law. And I think there's reasonable concerns here about the extent to which these provincial level initiatives might encroach on freedoms to assembly and the freedom to protest in Canada, which is an issue that I'd be happy to return to later in our discussion.
Thank you, Professor Boyle. So you've introduced two themes here that we're going to take up in a little bit more detail. And the first is the sort of multi-level governance issues or the federalism challenges that are associated with protecting critical infrastructure. And I know that there is a separate discussion, separate panel, which is going to be devoted to some of the federalism issues, but we will expand on those a bit today. And the second issue is the public-private divide and the fact that a great deal of critical infrastructure is actually in private hands. And in fact, in the discussion that we were having leading up to this panel, I think one of the things that was suggested in the discussion was that sometimes when it comes to, a single piece of infrastructure, there may be aspects of that infrastructure that are public and aspects which are private. So sometimes the sort of ownership of the infrastructure is complicated, or once you layer on the regulation, there's sort of a complex picture of public and private. So I'd like to next go to Professor Quigley, and I'm hoping that you might elaborate a little bit on the significance of the fact that so much critical infrastructure is in private hands.
Sure. So I would like to maybe unpack a little bit of the complexity that Professor Boyle has articulated about the sort of owner-operator relationship of critical infrastructure. So as noted, there's lots of private sector ownership, and the number 70, 80, 90% gets kicked around, as Professor Boyle suggested. I'm not really sure how you would measure that, but the number gets used. It's certainly said frequently that the federal government does not own much of the critical infrastructure. Most of it in government hands is with the province or municipalities, but not actually a lot with the federal government. What we can say, however, is that telecoms, power supply, and banking, which are often referred to as the iron triangle of critical infrastructure for those inside the club, these are largely privately owned. Sometimes infrastructure is publicly owned but privately managed, like airports. In short, the private sector plays a significant role in most of the critical assets on which we rely every day. I think this is actually a very important theme when we return to Professor Boyle's, or we recall Professor Boyle's definition of what critical infrastructure is. These are assets we rely on entirely as a country every day. They're largely in private hands. Public Safety Canada often plays a coordination role between these owners and operators, and absolutely it took on new interest in the sort of post 9/11 world and the post Y2K phenomenon, as Professor Boyle has mentioned. Public Safety Canada encourages relationship building and information sharing, but it is fairly light touch regulation. There are a number of reasons why private companies, and public too, it's fair to say, but private companies don't wish to disclose information about vulnerabilities in their infrastructure. At a minimum, their share value would be at risk if they disclosed vulnerabilities that they were carrying. On another point, if you consider the list of 10 critical sectors that Professor Boyle articulated at the outset, they are very different in terms of governance. There's a number of factors that work against a standardized approach. Some are regulated by the federal government, whereas some are regulated by the provincial and municipal government. Some are monopolies, some are oligopolies. Those two in particular have particular concerns from a risk point of view. We have to make sure they don't fail because they're monopoly service providers and they're providing a critical service. So there's usually great concern from government to work with and protect those monopolies and oligopolies. Other sectors, though, are highly competitive markets for which individual failures would not be that consequential at a macro level. So I'll just maybe underscore this point about trucking, and maybe Professor Chandra has a follow-on comment to make about this, but it seems to me when we think about trucking, there are so many service providers. I mean, the bridge itself is a single point of failure, like the Ambassador Bridge, which we have to be concerned. And I know there has been concern about, a drop in the number of truckers, et cetera. But nevertheless, there are a number of trucks, and some number of trucks could fail, and it wouldn't really be that consequential at a macro level, unlike, say, a bank failing, which would be very, very consequential. So the way we manage the risks in the sector can be quite different because the characteristics of the sector are very, very different. I think I'll also just mention that some failures can impact individual communities. So again, going back to something like Walkerton water contamination, obviously had a huge impact on Walkerton. The failure of a particular hospital can have a consequence for a rural community. But again, these are not issues that will necessarily raise questions about national stability, whereas a bank or an airline failing could actually have a much greater impact nationally in terms of national stability. So those are some of the characteristics I would say that make the space very complicated in terms of having some standardized approach. I think we've defaulted into as I've mentioned, and I think Professor Boyle has noted, a kind of coordination role that Public Safety Canada plays, but perhaps an absence of strong standards. I'll pause there.
Thank you, Professor Quigley. I think this is a bit of a theme of these policy discussions, that it's complicated. And I think you very usefully started to deconstruct the private sector a bit for us, and to point out that, you know, the private sector contains a number of different entities, including, you know, from the large telecom company, for example, to the small trucking company, or perhaps even the individual truck driver. I think that takes us back quite naturally then to the question, the specific questions around the Ambassador Bridge. And I'm wondering, Professor Chandra, if you want to talk a bit about perhaps the regulatory challenges that the kind of fractured nature of the trucking industry poses. But then I guess the flip side that Professor Quigley has also identified is that fractured nature of the industry might also decrease the risk that in an emergency there's going to be a wide-scale disruption in the industry.
Yeah, I'm happy to. It's useful to think of some examples. So both Professors Boyle and Quigley mentioned the 70 to 90% figure for private infrastructure, private ownership of infrastructure. In some sectors, it's 100%. So in pipelines and railroads, both the operators and the infrastructure itself is entirely privately held. And another example that seems small, but it's actually very important, is network cables. So the data that we transmit to and from other countries, basically intercontinental transmission to Europe and to Asia, all of that happens over undersea network cables. And for the most part, in fact, well, Canada mostly piggybacks off of the United States in terms of their network of cables, but those cables are entirely privately owned. They're owned by technology giants. Governments don't own them. And so we're entirely dependent on the private sector in those cases. But coming back to trucking, in the case of trucking, a lot of the infrastructure is not privately owned; it's publicly owned, whether it's federal or provincial. But you know, the roadways and highways and most of the bridges that connect the U.S. and Canada are, in fact, publicly owned. The one glaring example is actually the Ambassador Bridge itself. So the biggest bridge, by far, is actually in private hands and has been, you know, for decades. In fact, it's in family hands, owned by a family, a Detroit-based family. And the patriarch of that family, who passed away a couple of years ago, was particularly, I would say, antagonistic towards Canada, frequently blocking Canada's government's attempts to build rival bridges, taking Canada's government to court on multiple occasions, and essentially leveraging his position and the influence and importance of his bridge to demand and extract concessions from the government of Michigan, the government of Canada, and so on. So that's a situation where, you know, private ownership is actually very striking, but that's not the case for the other bridges. And so that's one example I'd give about private ownership and across different sectors. But the other thing that's striking about trucking is that, again, the actual individual players are also private. So the individual truck drivers, the trucks they own or they drive. There's about 160,000 truck drivers that ferry goods back and forth between Canada and the US, mostly based in Canada, but about a quarter are based in the US. They're mostly, some of them are loosely affiliated with large organizations, but for the most part, they're independent contractors. They choose their hours, they choose which jobs to take on. And, you know, for the most part, the system actually works remarkably well. We don't even have to think about it. But, and as Professor Quigley mentioned, if there's a failure for a small part of that network, it doesn't really matter. You know, by contrast, airlines and railroads are very concentrated. There's just 6 or 7 big commercial players. So they're also easier to regulate. The government can require them to, have certain standards, which is harder to do in the case of trucking because there's just so many, they're so diffuse, and the entire network is so decentralized. It's more difficult, much more challenging to regulate or require the trucking industry to do certain things. Like I said, it's often a feature that I think the industry actually works very well the vast majority of the time, but sometimes it comes with costs.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering if any of the other panel members would like to offer a comment before I see Madame Ouellette.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you. Perhaps I would make a little distinction between resilience and robustness of commercial corridors regarding the trucking. Like Professor Chandran Quigley explained, one particularity we should note in terms of trade between Canada and the U.S. are the supply chains, integrated transborder supply chains. That means that products like automobiles will cross the border several times back and forth before being totally manufactured. For example, parts will arrive from the U.S., then part of the car will be assembled in Canada before going back to the U.S., and so on. And then finally will be sold on one or the other side of the border. So the impact of trucking that is disturbed in one way or the other won't have the immediate impact of a bank failure, but it can be the first part of a domino effect, which can be fairly significant. One example would be where the United States would question the reliability of Canada regarding some commercial agreements. For example, Minister Freeland mentioned this at the Commission in her testimony, that it came to be on her desk, even though the Ambassador Bridge is private property. Some American partners found that Canada was becoming less reliable than they used to see it from a commercial point of view. Also, that trucking is part of the supply chain between Canada and the U.S., which is less concentrated, but there are some industries, like the manufacturing industry, which are very concentrated in terms of suppliers. So this means if there's a supplier in the U.S. that can no longer carry out its commitments for a Canadian partner for whatever reason, there's not really any alternative, or the ones that are out there are not great. I think that is an important distinction we should think of when we think about infrastructure and commercial corridors and the trucking and so forth. Thank you, Mr. Jalorum. We can't hear you. Sorry. All right, sorry about that. The point that Madame Ouellette has just brought up is very important. I would use the image of a Lego construction. Yes, perhaps we don't have a big piece of Lego like an airplane or a bank, but each piece of the Lego structure regarding transportation or integrated supply chain plays a critical role for the solidness of all of the Lego construction. So even if the little piece isn't that important, it is so important in the chain and the sequence of the chain of production that the failure of a small piece can cause the whole structure to have major consequences, even if that piece is very small. Thank you.
Of the existing tools that Canada has to protect its critical infrastructure, and we've also talked a bit about the challenges that exist, or some of the gaps in governance of critical infrastructure and trade corridors. Now we're going to move to perhaps another tension that exists, or another challenge, which is the protection of critical infrastructure in circumstances or in ways that are also respectful of individual rights and freedoms. And so, Professor Boyle, I'm wondering, you touched on the possibility of a tension between robust regulation of critical infrastructure and freedom of expression, freedom of peaceful assembly. So I'm hoping now that maybe you can flesh that out a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm happy to have this opportunity to weigh in on this question in this venue. My concern at this point is that the events of February of this year and the subsequent invocation of the Emergencies Act will intensify government concern around the problem of critical infrastructure protection, which is a valid concern, but it'll intensify concern in such a way that will lead to enhanced police powers that will pose a threat to freedom of assembly and protest. The protection of critical infrastructure is already a part of a justification to strategically suppress protest groups in Canada through preemptive intelligence gathering and the strategic incapacitation of protests on the ground. Indeed, this is the default experience of many Indigenous protest groups and environmental movements in Canada, who challenge infrastructure projects on traditional Indigenous lands. And I think it's entirely reasonable to think that the new provincial offenses related to interfering with critical infrastructure that I mentioned a few minutes ago will become part of this toolkit, insofar as they provide a legal authorization to stifle and police protests in the vicinity of designated critical infrastructure, just like how the Public Works Protection Act was used during the G20 in 2010 to effect arrests around the protected convention center in downtown Toronto. And we heard yesterday at one of the roundtables that the freedom of assembly, unlike the freedom of expression, I hope I'm getting this right, is intrinsically tied to space and occupying space, right? Being present in space and taking up space. And I think these provincial laws, if they are broadly construed, might make it practically impossible to occupy space in that very important way in any meaningful or visible way in dense urban centers where multiple protected zones might overlap and where arrests might be authorized by the ambiguous offense of interfering with designated critical infrastructure. So I think there's a very real concern in this moment, in this historical moment, that the events of February will lead to the introduction of new or revitalized or enhanced police powers to protect critical infrastructure that will have a dampening effect on the freedom of assembly, which, as we heard yesterday, is intrinsically tied to taking up space, occupying space. This concern, I think, is already playing out at the provincial level. And so I'm concerned that the events of February of this year might refocus federal energies and federal attention on protecting critical infrastructure in a way that was much like how the FLQ crisis focused federal attention and energy on what was known at that time as vital points in Canada. So on the question of the tension between critical infrastructure protection and freedom of assembly, my hope is that one outcome of this commission might be to amplify to all audiences, all levels of government, that new measures to protect critical infrastructure cannot be broad and sweeping and cannot come at the expense of freedom of assembly and protest in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think you're echoing some of the discussion yesterday in underlining the importance of the right to peaceful assembly in a democratic society and the importance of safeguarding that right. And I think as we discussed yesterday, one of the challenges that exists is, of course, how we ensure robust protection of these rights while also addressing situations where the exercise of those rights runs up against other compelling state objectives or the rights of others. And so thank you for introducing the way that critical infrastructure is related in important ways to this conversation. Professor Quigley, on the theme of it's complicated, I'm wondering if you might weigh in here a little bit to talk about how different types of critical infrastructure might present sort of different challenges in terms of regulating in ways that are protecting of charter rights and free expression and the right to peaceful assembly in particular.
Sure. So I think there are a couple of ways I would think about this. One is the category of infrastructure itself, and then I'd like to talk separately about how these risks are socially constructed, which is a little maybe closer to my research area. I think that on the question of the category of risk itself, it's worth remembering that government is a category on that list of 10. And so if we were to identify government as a place that had to be protected and couldn't be a target of protest, then that would mean, say, for example, no more protests in front of the Ontario legislature. I can tell you my whole life I've seen protests in front of the Ontario legislature for a number of different reasons, and I can't imagine us saying that you can't protest there anymore. So there would be one element of almost the absurd. I will say, though, that there might, where I think it might get a little trickier, and I've mentioned this to Professor Boyle. If you think about something like nuclear technology, it's been a kind of a flashpoint for protests for decades. There may be some genuine concerns about safety and security in protesting around that environment. So there's tension there, I think. Obviously, it's an area where there have been a lot of concerns, though, about the use of technology, nuclear technology, and protests. You also have some disasters and crises. So I think there's a tension that has to be managed there, I think, with some of these areas where there could be some serious concerns about safety. But I want to just shift a little bit and talk about social construction of risk and how threats and events happen in a particular context, and the concerns are amplified and shaped in the moment and will influence the tools that are invoked. So natural disasters are frequently referred to as acts of God. Traditionally, they're seen as nobody's fault, although I think that's changing a bit more with a lot of the climate discussion. But traditionally, they're seen as nobody's fault. And that makes it harder to hold people to account. So, for example, decisions to build infrastructure in flood-prone areas. Who made those decisions? When did they make them? Why did they make them? And can we hold those people to account afterwards when there's some flooding? That's harder if we think of acts of God as nobody's fault. So where we build infrastructure can put people in harm's way in natural disasters, and we need to think about that. In contrast with industrial failures like bridge collapses and train derailments, accountability can be actually rather narrow and ruthless. And I'm talking about the sort of popular media context. It can often neglect the broader context in which risks are managed in industrial settings. So, for example, not just the owner of the infrastructure, but also the inspections that occurred, the training culture that exists, the safety culture that exists. And I would point to Lac-Mégantic as providing some examples on this front, that the accountability was rather narrow. And in fact, there were a number of different organizations that had shared some responsibility for the rail derailment, the train derailment, in Lac-Mégantic. So in the particular context of the protests in February, popular media plays an important role in amplifying and also in attenuating risks. So here I'm referring to mainstream media, not the discussion you had earlier today that focused largely on social media, although mainstream media have social media outlets, of course. So between January and March 2022, according to our research, there were nearly 600 articles published across the Toronto Star, the National Post, and the CBC News on the Freedom Convoy. In contrast, cyber threats normally get very little coverage, partly due to the complexity of the issue, partly because companies don't want to disclose their cyber failures when they occur, and partly due to the absence of a central figure in the narrative. We often don't know who is responsible for cyber attacks. There is no quote-unquote bad guy to frame the story. So while these events can be highly consequential, they don't get nearly as much attention, and certainly not as much media attention. I'll just put the little caveat that if you can get a bad guy or some sort of famous celebrity associated with the technology, you get a lot more media coverage. But if it's a hack for which no one knows who's responsible, it gets a lot less attention, but it may be very, very consequential. And then you contrast that with a protest where you had 600 articles in 3 main media outlets in Canada over 1 month. That's a lot of media attention. I'll also point out there's ambiguity in the polling data and public sentiment. that occurred in February. A February poll by Angus Reid indicated that 70% of Canadians oppose the protesters' approach and behavior. A separate poll reported by The Economist noted that 46% of Canadians believed the protesters' frustration was legitimate and worthy of some sympathy. So you have this sort of highly fluid popular context where people seem to be opposed to the method but sympathetic to the cause. So it's maybe a little bit difficult to interpret where popular opinion landed. This, of course, matters to politicians and policymakers, where public opinion stands at a particular moment in time in the middle of these crises. And finally, there's the capacity, and I want to go back to this notion of private ownership and highly concentrated power. There's the capacity of powerful actors in society to shape views. Larger, better funded companies have stronger lobbying capacity and typically have better access to decision makers. They are better able to shape and influence the manner in which governments understand the problem. So comparing major banks or airlines' ability to influence decision makers to the individual truckers that Professor Chunder referred to, for example, would suggest that some have better access and influence than others. I note that last week the Minister Freeland referred to the Commission. She referred to discussions she had with the CEOs of banks during the protests. This is not unusual in these kinds of events. I've just studied many of these events before. It is not unusual for CEOs to engage with ministers in different countries during these crises. I'm not suggesting it's wrong, but it seems to be the case that powerful interests have ready access to governments during these events. Less organized, less well-funded organizations have less access. I'll pause there.
Thank you, Professor Quigley. I'm now going to bring Madame Ouellette into the conversation to help us understand what is perhaps the sort of other side of the coin. So we've talked about the importance of robust protection of rights, rights to protest, rights of free expression. And now I'd like to take us to a discussion of the types of public interests that might justify the limitation on rights and how we might evaluate those public purposes. And where I'm going here, Madame Ouellette, is that earlier you introduced this concept of supply chains or the complex interrelationship between aspects of the supply chain. And this suggests that a disruption to one part of the supply chain can cause this chain reaction sort of across the supply chain in terms of disruption and the like. So I'm just wondering if you might be able to talk a little bit about what those effects can be, where you have a piece of critical infrastructure that is shut down, for example, by a public protest.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you. On the one hand, yes, certainly as my colleagues were explaining earlier, there's the freedom of expression, the freedom of assembly, all that is important. But these protests, as we saw in last February, can also compromise the freedoms of other people who have nothing to do with the conflict between protesters and what they're protesting against. For instance, in the case of supply chain, think of these people who lose their jobs because of the blockade, for instance, of the Ambassador Bridge. So you have to quantify that. How do you do this? Well, through multipliers. So the number of jobs in one industry will depend in part of the demand for the products of that industry. One example, if the auto sector gets $1 million more in demand, they will have to hire X number of auto workers or create X number of jobs to respond to that demand. Now, conversely, if the auto sector loses $1 billion in production because there are parts that are missing that cannot reach the plants where the cars are made, then some jobs are destroyed in a temporary way or in a permanent way. Now, these people who lose their job temporarily or forever, that's totally out of their control, and they become a collateral damage of a conflict with which they have nothing to do. Now, it would be interesting here to collect more data on the real impact on jobs of the Ambassador Bridge blockade. Another thing you might consider, with the occupation of Centretown, Ottawa, ask anyone who just wanted to go to work during those weeks, and they had to go through the center of Ottawa. Well, they don't have fond memories of those protests, do they? And to what extent are were their rights compromised? It was not just one afternoon, and after that the truckers were gone. No, they stayed there for a long time. All right? So the rights and freedoms of these people were also impacted, and we must take them into account, and then it becomes a real dilemma. Thank you.
Sort of jump in here in my own capacity as a constitutional law scholar to say, I think one of the challenges in all of this is identifying whether the disruption of the type that you're talking about, whether these are sort of economic interests alone that are being disrupted, or whether there's more to this than just economic considerations. And that's, of course, relevant because under Section 1 of the Charter, under our constitutional analysis, the courts have been very reluctant to conclude that economic considerations alone are sufficient to justify infringements on constitutional rights. So my sense is, one of the challenges for the Commission is how we characterize the nature of the disruption when it comes to the Ambassador Bridge in particular, where certainly economic interests are very strongly at play, but there may also be considerations that go beyond that. All right, so, pardon. Oui, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, please. Go ahead. Yes, I'd like to add this. No matter how you take this, you end up with a dilemma. Which rights and freedoms infringe upon the rights and freedoms of other people? You remember against which the convoy was protesting. It was vaccination against COVID-19 in order to go through the Canadian-American border. And those are called negative externalities. And so some people who must make their own decisions regarding vaccination, and they will go through the impacts of all that. When a good example is this secondary smoke of cigarettes. If there's someone beside me who's smoking, I did not make the decision to inhale the cigarette smoke. It's that other person who made that decision for me, right? So it's not the fault of people living in downtown if they had to live through the impact of the Freedom Convoy. Now, if these people are protesting against or have positive or negative externalities, well, as Professor Quigley was explaining, some people think that we could sympathize with the truckers, but this is something we have to look into further. Thank you.
I have a couple of other questions. What I'd like to do though now is I want to make sure we have lots of time to gather the panelists' recommendations for the commission on some of the things that we've discussed today. And so what I'd like to do now is turn the discussion to what we need to be thinking about at a policy level going forward. We've started some of that discussion, but in light of the stakes, the economic impacts, but also the relevance to rights, how should we be thinking about critical infrastructure and trade corridors moving forward? Que devons-nous retenir de cette table?
What should we note from this discussion so far?
Sure. One of the things that I write about, so I feel like it's important, is the question of diversifying our trade, and especially the way in which we trade with the United States. I've already mentioned how Ontario is disproportionately attracts truck traffic and trade from the United States. Ontario punches well above its weight, getting 63% of incoming trucks as opposed to just 38% of population. It's more than that, though. Virtually every U.S. state, certainly every large U.S. state, the majority of its exports enter Canada at Ontario. That's true even for states like California to the west. The majority of California's exports to Canada come to Ontario. So we are highly concentrated in a way that's a little concerning, I would think, in southern Ontario on these bridges in terms of critical infrastructure. And so what this means is there are certainly goods and merchandise that are ultimately headed for Atlantic Canada or the prairie provinces, some of which are actually passing through southern Ontario, being sorted and then routed on to their final destination, which raises the risks. There's obviously increased fuel costs, increased labor costs, increased risk of spoilage of perishable goods en route. But there's just the risk, where we're concentrating all this risk into a small geographic area. And what that means is if there's catastrophic events or unforeseen events, whether they're natural disasters or human-caused interventions like blockades or terrorist attacks, we're vulnerable to something like that happening in southern Ontario, which really could be catastrophic for the entire country. So as another example, we actually have a rival to the Ambassador Bridge being built right now, the Gordie Howe Bridge, which is under construction and will be operational hopefully within a couple of years. And the Gordie Howe Bridge is right next to the Ambassador Bridge. So in some sense, it does take the pressure off our reliance on this one privately owned bridge. But on the other hand, it's just yet another bridge. And so in some sense, we're just concentrating our risks even further by our reliance on the Gordie Howe Bridge. And so the concerns I would have would be if there are, let's say, weather-related or climate-related disruptions. We already saw this year, the Mississippi River dried up to a large extent and was almost non-navigable for large stretches, which is sort of incomprehensible to people who study trade because we take for granted that goods flow up and down the Mississippi and then they connect at the Great Lakes to roadways and railways across North America. What would happen if the Mississippi was non-navigable at some future date, in some future year? Or what would happen if the Great Lakes keep rising as they have been doing and forecasts are that they will continue to do year after year? If there's a risk of flooding in southern Ontario around the Great Lakes area, that's going to impact all of the roadways and highways that connect to these bridges and leave us especially vulnerable to disruption. So what I'd like to see, I'm happy to hear what others have to say, but my hope would be that we have some sense of whether Canada is thinking about diversification down the road. That's not to say that we're going to completely revamp North American trade. It's just not feasible. But on the margin, are there small changes, certain investments, certain government decisions that can push us towards a more diversified trading network that leaves us less vulnerable and less concentrated on the Southern Ontario region? That would be one of the things that I would like to discuss further.
Can I just ask you a clarification question? To get maybe just a bit more precise on what this might look like as a non-expert. So you said the Gordie Howe Bridge is just another bridge. What are the alternatives to more bridges? So when you say at the margins, could we diversify? Can you maybe just tell us a bit more about what the options are?
So if we're talking about trade into Ontario, there's no option. You have to cross a bridge to get to Ontario from the United States, whether it's the Detroit River or the Niagara River or the St. Mary's River or the St. Clair River. You have to cross a water body. The alternative would be to not rely on bridges, in other words, not rely on Ontario. So there are plenty of land crossings on the US-Canada border. The Champlain-Lacolle crossing comes to mind. It connects Quebec and New York State. It's a land-based crossing, doesn't need a bridge. It's a roadway. Anytime there's a blockade, it's far easier to clear, far cheaper to maintain than a bridge. That bridge or that crossing is well under capacity. In fact, I would argue that Quebec in particular is deeply underserved by our current network of truck traffic. And that crossing could easily handle many more, especially if expanded and if the right infrastructure is diverted towards it. It could easily be expanded to handle the same capacity as the Ambassador. The same would be true at crossings out west that Alberta has, the Coutts crossing, for example. So I would say our reliance on these bridges that particularly cross into Ontario is the problem.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Let's continue with the folks who are in the room, and then we'll go to our colleagues online. Professor Boyle.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to maybe get to some of my recommendations by responding to what Madame Ouellette was saying earlier about balancing rights between different groups. And certainly I understand that that's part of what the Commission is looking into. And I don't really have an answer to that when it comes to what ought to be done with respect to critical infrastructure and balancing the right to protest with protecting critical infrastructure. I do want to reiterate, though, that I think the provincial legislations that I've touched on a couple of times in Alberta, Manitoba, and Ontario are good examples of how not to go about introducing new powers to protect critical infrastructure. I think these three pieces of legislation are problematic in a couple of ways. One is that, as is typical of various policy reports and laws and government reports on critical infrastructure is introduced in a way that in the form of lists, right? Where it says critical infrastructure is bridges, airports, energy facilities, etc., or any other location designated by a provincial authority, an attorney general, a Department of Justice, something like that. So basically, critical infrastructure can be whatever the government wants it to be in certain circumstances and situations. Then the actual offense is also quite broad, which is interfering with critical infrastructure. That too, I think, could mean many things. I understand the need to perhaps introduce enhanced protective security measures around some, high value targets. In that case, it would be nice if those locations were explicitly defined in law. The actual offenses were explicitly defined in law, what can and cannot be done in this area, defined quite narrowly, perhaps publicly posted in the same way that we do with airports, or as Professor Quigley said earlier, nuclear power stations. Like that I can certainly understand. But I think these very broad understandings of critical infrastructure and offenses related to critical infrastructure make those offenses prone to abuse, prone to selective and strategic enforcement in certain situations when it's convenient to invoke them. And so I don't know what should be done necessarily, but I know that I don't think that's a good way of what ought to be done. Yet that's what's happening at the provincial level.
Thank you. One of the things that we talked about yesterday is sometimes we tend to think about the right to assemble or the right to peaceful assembly in binary terms. So, either you are fully allowed to protest without condition or it gets sort of shut down. And the importance of thinking about that zone in between. Which allows substantial realization of the right while recognizing the existence of compelling interests. And to me, your comments are very much in this vein. The need to be very careful about thinking about how these rights are restricted, and particularly, the importance of thinking carefully about, significant ex ante restrictions on protest, which I think in the context of critical infrastructure is maybe something that's on the table to a degree that it's not in other contexts. And so I think you're raising something that's very helpful that wasn't part, perhaps, of our discussion yesterday.
Can I add a couple more things?
Please, yeah.
I just wanted to go back to some other thoughts about the national strategy, and particularly with respect to the issue of stakeholders. And again, Public Safety Canada is aware that this is a limitation of the national strategy. But municipalities and Indigenous groups really need to be brought into that conversation in a more structural way. I think they're consulted on a sort of ad hoc basis, but they're not defined in the strategy as sitting at the table. And they should be in there for different reasons. For municipalities, I think it was Professor Quigley mentioned earlier, so first of all, a very small fraction of our critical infrastructure is publicly owned. Very little of that is owned by the federal government. A little bit more of that is owned by provincial governments, but the vast majority of it is owned by municipal governance. And at least that's according to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which estimates that about 80% of public infrastructure is urban, municipally owned or regulated infrastructure. So they really need to be at the table as well for those discussions. The issue is the opposite for Indigenous groups, and it's the lack of infrastructure. So they need to be brought into that conversation as well, which I think touches on the announcement yesterday, and I hope I get the details right, about Justin Trudeau making Indigenous police forces essential infrastructure in Canada in the horizon. So that is a positive move in that direction.
Thank you. This is really helpful. One of the questions that has come to us through this process is actually exactly what you've just mentioned, which is, should municipalities, should Indigenous governments play a greater role, particularly since they're often the first responders in this kind of situation.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so now let's move to the folks online. Professor Quigley, do you want to sort of jump in here? One of the things that we've been discussing today is the challenge and the importance of coordination when it comes to emergency response. And I'm hoping that you might be able to talk a little bit about, can we do better in this area when it comes to coordinating emergency responses where critical infrastructure and trade corridors are impacted?
Sure, I think I can offer a couple of comments here. I think I'll preface my comments with just a general observation. I feel about this field generally, and I felt for a long time. And one is this bias. I know there's a question about, should we have a list of critical infrastructure? And I think that I'm always a little sort of suspicious of that sort of approach, that somehow critical infrastructure can be put on a list in a spreadsheet. We can say those are the critical assets and we have to protect them. And I think it's because of this earlier point that I made, that there's a sort of contextual piece that goes along with these crises and disasters. They happen in particular ways, at particular moments. They're amplified in certain ways. There's a certain amount of hysteria that obviously goes along with it, often goes along with it. And so whoever is responsible has to deal with all of those circumstances at that particular moment in time, and then often has to respond in a way that seems reasonable, which is quite challenging. And so critical infrastructure, we talk about the Investor Bridge. Clearly, this is a piece of very significant infrastructure for the country. There are other times, though, when you see like these sort of small bridges to a village in Newfoundland, or some, a single road going to a territory that is there for delivering food supply to those communities. And for those communities, that is critical infrastructure, and they depend on it. So it may seem small in sort of meso-macro level terms, but it's important for those particular communities. And I think it's worth noting as well that a bit along the lines of Professor Boyle's comment around Indigenous communities, rural communities often can be quite vulnerable because they have very little infrastructure, but what they have, they're depending on as a sort of lifeline for the community. It's also the case.
Can you try and slow up just a bit? You're going too fast for the interpreters.
Sure, by all means. It's because my comments aren't scripted in that case, so I just get all kind of worked up when I start to. I shouldn't have prefaced it, you see? I shouldn't have prefaced my comments. So I think, anyway, small communities, I think, have little infrastructure, and what they have, they depend on. And, even more so the case with telecoms failures and whatnot, where you've got small communities that when telecoms fail, they can't call ambulances and things like that during crises. So my point simply is that to establish a list and say, this is the list of critical infrastructure, I think would be challenging, bureaucratically appealing, administratively appealing, but hard to actually put into action. Plus, you'd have to determine how you're going to do it, what's on the list, what's off of the list, who's responsible for it, who's responsible for the list, because you have to actually keep it up to date, who's managing that asset. What does it mean to be on the list? What are the standards that you have to actually achieve if you're on the list, if you're considered part of critical infrastructure? Those are interesting questions, I have to say, and they're, as we've said before, complicated. So could we actually establish those standards? The second point I'll make as a preface is just, again, to reiterate that the assets are largely in private sector hands. So we talk about stakeholders, which really, to me, masks the concept of private interests and interest groups, which we use a lot less frequently, but political scientists still like to use this term about interest groups. Their interests, and insofar as those private interests can align with public good, then it can provide good infrastructure and managed efficiently with some stability. I think a lot of the assets are in private hands because there's an optimism that they are more creative, innovative, and efficient. And that can very well be the case. But there are risks that go along with such a large private interest in our national assets upon which we rely every day. And as Professor Chandra mentioned earlier, that in some cases were publicly funded in the first instance and then maybe privatized later. So on that note, I'll also just mention that, as Professor Boyle has said, that Public Safety Canada is engaged in a process of reviewing the national strategy. I encourage them to continue along that path. And I think that one of the issues that continues to challenge us in the way we address the risks associated with critical infrastructure is the fact that you have so many different interests, complex governance settings, but particularly private interests. And the coordination function or the regulation function seems to be rather light touch on that in the who's managing the infrastructure. What standards should they be achieving? What degree of transparency should we expect if you are managing critical infrastructure? And who is accountable and to whom are you accountable? I think those are all important questions that have really existed for quite some time that I think we need to continue to pursue in the management of critical infrastructure. I'll pause on that point.
Thank you, Professor Quigley. I'm going to go to Madame Ouellette and Monsieur Delorme in a moment. There are a couple of things, though, that arise from your comments, Professor Quigley, that I think are perhaps worth pursuing just briefly with the rest of the panel. So one is, I just want to note that you've introduced another dynamic here with your comments. We had talked about the sort of multi-level governance challenges. We had talked about the public-private challenges, but you've also now introduced rural and urban as another dynamic for us to keep in mind in thinking about critical infrastructure. And I just want to note that as important. The other piece here is, this question of, do we need more central coordination when it comes to the protection of critical infrastructure? Do we need the equivalent of a FEMA in the United States? To what extent should we be thinking about something like that? And one of the questions that came through to us that I'd like to put to the panel as a whole now is, in thinking about the ways that we protect critical infrastructure, how, in your opinion, do we balance the use of kind of emergency planning tools with other regulatory tools, right? More general regulatory tools. So to what extent do we want to treat critical infrastructure as being related to emergency planning? And to what extent do we want to think about it as being, something that we need to think about regulating in perhaps a more proactive way, in a way that focuses on the strength of our infrastructure? Monsieur Delorme, est-ce que vous aimeriez...
Would you like to comment? on this topic? Perhaps. Yes. Well, I wanted to comment on the recommendations. Yeah, before I intervene, I wanted to comment and offer recommendations.
Comment on this point?
Sure, I'll offer some observations. I think on the question of do we need a FEMA, it has been commented before that the Canadian, with FEMA, of course, you have an agency that is responsible for coordinating federal government actions during an emergency, and Canada doesn't have the equivalent. In some respects, Public Safety Canada emerged in the post 9/11 environment as a response to Homeland Security. Homeland Security needed a department to work with, so a number of organizations were merged in the same way that a number of organizations were merged in the US to create Homeland Security. A number were merged here to create Public Safety Canada. But there isn't the equivalent of a FEMA here, and it has been commented before that in the case of certain crises, there's so many organizations involved. And if we're really talking about large-scale devastation, like you were talking about like a West Coast earthquake sort of thing, you would be bringing in so many supplies from so many different regions. And so it does beg the question, does it require some coordination? Because in an emergency, you need certain, if you think about Walmart, for instance, Walmart's considered to be quite excellent at supply chain management and responding during crises, but they probably need some direction in terms of what supplies can they bring. And so there's a coordination function in emergency. And so I think it does raise an interesting question, and that could be, I think that can be investigated. I think on the question of emergency response versus, ongoing maintenance of infrastructure, for me, in some respects, like they are separate, but they're also the same. Right? I think when I listen to Professor Chandra talk about just the huge, significant dependence that we have on the Ambassador Bridge, I think he makes a compelling case that this is significant vulnerability for our country. And if that infrastructure fails, what would the consequences be? So, part of it is about emergency response maybe in a crisis, but I think a more thoughtful response is to say, to what extent does this represent a significant risk? And, in some, when I think about sort of the normal accidents literature, Charles Perrault, he would say, you have to say to yourself, the system is going to fail, and then ask yourself, what does that look like? And can you live with it? And I would say that the way we've talked about the failure of the Ambassador Bridge, the answer is no. So what are we going to do about that? And we can focus on the threat side, but I think that only gets you so far to a certain extent. And I think one of the themes that has come up repeatedly in our discussions today is the governance side. To what extent have we got to modify the way we're managing these assets so that we don't have these single points of failure that can have these massive cascading effects? And I think this is kind of this event in itself has brought this into focus, although I'm sure many scholars, Professor Chandra among them, is aware of that. And so now we need to do something about it. And there's an opportunity here to start addressing some of these risks.
Thank you.
I'll pause there. Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Chandra, would you like to jump in here?
It's just very interesting to hear all of these points of view, and I agree with a lot of almost everything that's being said. I think I certainly do think that governments should be aware of risks on an ongoing basis, especially because the potential negative fallouts are more than just, so Madame Ouellette mentioned the effect on jobs and so on, which is absolutely important. But just on a day-to-day basis, our food supply in Canada is so heavily dependent on trade and incoming trucks from the United States, especially at certain times of the year. So in February, we're getting almost all of our fresh food from the US, and we really can't afford to have that be interrupted. It's a matter of, of feeding people, which is even more critical, I would say, than the jobs. And there's other critical supplies that come in every day, medical supplies, vaccines, they all, came in by truck. So I guess my hope or question would be, do we have a plan for inevitable failure going forward? And some of these failures we can even start to foresee are just becoming more common as driven by climate risks. I mentioned the Mississippi becoming almost non-navigable this year. Well, we saw the same thing in Europe. The Rhine River was briefly non-navigable as well, which was also a big, trade corridor within Europe. We saw the Suez Canal blockade for weeks in last year. So I think governments around the world are scrambling to, on the fly, come up with solutions when things go wrong, but things will keep going wrong and maybe at an increasing frequency. So yeah, my questions would be, does the federal government have a plan for flooding in the Ontario region, or the drying up of the Mississippi, or wildfires that cut off access between BC and Washington, which is becoming increasingly common? So I would say these are both critical threats as well as ongoing threats that we need to be aware of.
Thank you. Just continuing then with the folks in the room, Professor Boyle, would you like to add something here?
Yeah, on the question of do we need a more centralized approach? It's, I think critical infrastructure protection in Canada, already is conceptualized largely within the framework of emergency preparedness and emergency management. And that whole field is already in a federal system shared between federal and provincial governments. And then, of course, all the responsibilities that different federal departments have within their respective statutory responsibilities. So it's hard to imagine how Public Safety Canada could adopt much more of a different role than what it already is, being a steering, coordinating body more than anything else. Although I did say earlier, it might be useful for Public Safety Canada to be able to work with those lead federal departments to have tailored or more developed, more enhanced systems and practices for enhancing resilience within those specific fields. But I don't think an overall one-size-fits-all approach would work. The other thing I wanted to touch on is the idea of lists. So Professor Quigley mentioned that the idea of a list of critical infrastructure is might be bureaucratically attractive. And I believe it was in one of the more recent critical infrastructure action plans put forward by Public Safety Canada that mentioned for the first time having a list of national critical infrastructure. And then in the subsequent action plan, I don't think that activity appeared again. So it looked like there was some maybe interest in developing a list, and then it got dropped somewhere down the line. I just want to say that, in my own research, I've looked into old civil defense planning activities pertaining to what used to be called vital points. And the federal government, for the better part of 60 years, did maintain lists of facilities that it thought were important for Canada to go to war. This took place underneath the War Measures Act. And everything that Professor Quigley said about the difficulties of updating lists, maintaining lists, defining the formulas that would determine what was a vital facility versus another facility that was not, what did it mean to be on the list, all that is true. What I would add to that is that, having looked at 60 years of list making through the Cold War, it's also true that all of those lists were tailored to the last war, right? Not what was useful going forward. So during much of the 50s, the Vital Points list was concerned with industrial war, and then it was nuclear war. And then during the FLQ crisis, it was found that those lists made for nuclear war were next to useless for the October crisis at that time. So a new list was made. So I think it's bureaucratically attractive, as Professor Quigley said, but logistically very difficult to arrive at a meaningful list of what critical infrastructure might be, except for the very smallest and most high-value locations and facilities and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Boyle. Et merci, Madame Ouellette et Monsieur Delorme.
Thank you, Madame Ouellette and Mr. Boyle, for your patience. I'd like to invite you now, perhaps begin with Mr. Delorme, to provide some comments, suggestions to the Commissioner regarding what we should retain from this discussion, just briefly. It's not our area of expertise for Florence Ouellette and myself, but the brief that we prepared for the Commission doesn't include recommendations as such. Our exercise was to try to evaluate, and we did it especially for downtown Ottawa, but for the Ambassador Bridge, how many jobs were at risk. And to the best of our knowledge, we arrived at the figure of about 350,000 jobs in Ontario. Now, is that too much? Not enough? It's not up to me to judge. And we did the same thing in terms of economic activity. For example, 275 million, we came to about 150 to 400 million a day. Is that a lot? Isn't it? I would say it's about 0.1% of the GDP. Of course, it appears rather negligible, but the point I'm trying to make here is that if the disturbance or the blockade had lasted, and it had lasted more than a month, for example, I would say that the losses in terms of economic activity would have been $8.5 billion a month. And that is more considerable. So, based on our analysis, we can't arrive at saying whether it's too much or not enough. What we have to consider, based on the study that we did on the economic impacts, is what would have happened if the impact becomes greater as the days go on and the days become weeks and weeks become months. So it's in that perspective, I think, that our study should be examined as far as the vulnerability and the seriousness of economic impact is concerned. Whether that temporary situation risked becoming permanent. I don't know if Madame Ouellette wants to add anything to that. Mr. Delorme, I think, mentioned pretty well the relevant points. I would add, however, that our brief has an orientation and in terms of the vulnerability of the Canadian and Ontarian economy and its jobs based on critical infrastructures like the Ambassador Bridge. Our report also mentions very briefly the matter of food supplies, like Professor Chandra mentioned, and that is very relevant. Thank you for raising that. Even if our report doesn't explicitly have recommendations, would probably be in the same, along the same lines as the comments that have been made here today.
As they say, or did you wish to come in and offer something? You're muted. I was hoping I was going to get to say that.
It's never a meeting until somebody's muted. Anyway, I almost made it 2 hours without mistake. It's a comment, probably an extension of Professor Boyle's comment about lists, if that's useful. Or if we pass that.
Yes. No, I think we're getting our final points on the table, and you should feel free to speak to that issue. Okay.
Well, in that case, I'm going to make two separate points, but one is about the issue of the list. I think that one thing that so Professor Boyle made reference to Y2K, which is a case study near and dear to my heart, I have to say. And one of the things they did in the UK that I thought was very interesting in the run-up to Y2K was they grouped a lot of they identified 26 critical sectors, and they were all subject to a sort of standard audit. And each of those sectors, the audit for the sector was published. And they were given a red mark, which meant you weren't ready for Y2K, a yellow, which meant you were getting there but not quite ready, or blue, not green, blue. Nobody got green when it came to Y2K because nobody was ever 100% sure that it wasn't going to go off without a hitch. But you got blue if it meant you did the best you could. We think you're ready. So the idea was that there was no disclosure on any particular company. It was the sector as a whole that got the evaluation. So they were kind of all in it together. Now, there's a whole bunch of reasons why that doesn't necessarily work out. A lot of the stuff in critical infrastructure is voluntary by nature, by the way. So these private companies participate if they want to. If it gets a little bit too tough, they might actually defect. So that's always a risk, that they won't actually participate in these strict audit functions. So the audit function might be a little bit too easy or a little bit too light. But nevertheless, it does introduce some level of accountability at the sector level. It creates an opportunity to establish, what are the standards we should be looking for in this sector, and then some outward reporting of how those sectors are doing. So, and then there's a collective responsibility that the sector has to be ready for some improvement. So I just put that in as one example of an exercise that happened when a crisis was occurring at a deadline and it was meaningful. And I think those critical infrastructure owners and operators wanted to tell the world they were ready. So they were interested to buy into some process. There were some, as I say, weaknesses and flaws, but I felt it was a more ambitious approach than I've probably seen since then, of actually trying to pull the owners operators together and say there are going to be some standards and we want to hold you to them. I will say also that some of these pre-event evaluations aren't always super strong. And I know there was some evaluation of which country was best ready for a pandemic, and the US and the UK finished number 1 and number 2. And I think after the pandemic occurred, people questioned whether or not those pre-event evaluations were really all that rigorous. So sometimes before the crisis, it's not quite the same as during the crisis, but it's something, and I thought it was an interesting mechanism. Let me just make one separate point that I didn't make earlier, which I think is important for the discussion. It's the notion of a precautionary principle, because we haven't actually mentioned that. So I just want to introduce this to the lexicon. In the risk community, I think generally speaking, it's a concept that largely emerged through environmental studies and a feeling of trying to protect the environment. The precautionary principle has since been criticized quite a bit for its absence of a standard definition, absence of standards, absence of accountability. However, there is some sympathy when you're dealing with a risk that is highly catastrophic, potentially catastrophic, and irreversible, that you would adopt a precautionary approach. The term precaution was used a lot during the pandemic, and I think there was precautionary rationales that underpinned some of the actions in this particular exercise we're talking about. So I just wanted to put that term precaution in play, as well as something that is criticized in the risk community, I think rightly so, for its vagueness and who pays for precautionary approaches, not always clear who pays, but that there's some sympathy when you're dealing with a potentially catastrophic and irreversible risk. So I'll just pause on those 2 points and then I would just offer them.
Thank you, Professor Quigley. So we have about 5 minutes left, and so I might take us to one final question, possibly two if it goes quickly, that came to us through Commission Council. And this one deals, both questions, we'll see if we get to them, deal with the mechanics of critical infrastructure protection. So the first question is that critical infrastructure is located where people live, work, play, and study. And what does that mean for how critical infrastructure should be protected so as to ensure the interests and needs of the local communities or the host communities in which they're located? So this isn't a question that you were prepared for, but I think it's possibly an interesting one for us to explore. And I'm wondering if there is anyone who would like to kind of talk about this idea of host communities, communities that are home to specific types of critical infrastructure, and what their stakes or interests are in regulation.
Je suis Florence Ouellette.
Florence Ouellette, I could perhaps mention a point. In the case of Ambassador Bridge, for example, that's the first one that comes to mind, because our report, Mr. Delorme's and mine, were concentrated on that piece of critical infrastructure in particular. I have no doubt that the community of Windsor, which is on the Canadian side of the Ambassador Bridge, would find that it certainly had interest in regulation and regulating some projects regarding the Ambassador Bridge, because there are a lot of jobs in that community that are linked to the industries that depend in large part on the Ambassador Bridge, like the automobile sector, manufacturing sector, and so forth. So that is an example that comes to mind. Thank you very much.
Something here. Professor Quigley?
Maybe just to note that if I think about Halifax, for example, I mean, as a port city, I think there are obligations for social license on behalf of those who move their goods through cities like Halifax. And some of the ports, particularly in the U.S., have been points for protest, and because of the different environmental standards, environmental concerns about the way some of the infrastructure affects the water and the community. So I think there's an obligation on the owner-operators to be mindful of that, and I think some of them are, because if they lose their social license, they won't be able to move their goods through those ports.
Right. So that maybe on this question, it sort of cuts both ways. On the one hand, those local communities need the infrastructure, but they also have interests in those communities that may well give rise to protests or strategic interruptions of that infrastructure.
That's right, and I think there's some other infrastructure. If you think of nuclear power in Deep River, I think, for example, it's I think it's the highest concentration of PhDs in the country because they're good at doing nuclear. So those things have to exist somewhere, and you want to make sure qualified people are managing them.
Right.
And there are benefits for the community in doing so, but risks.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we've come to the end. I won't attempt to squeeze another question, and I think we're better to sort of close on time. I can turn things over to the Commissioner to close the session.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a question period. So what we'll do now is take a half-hour break. On va prendre une demi-heure. And then we'll come back with questions that have come from the various parties, and that will be put to you when we come back, and we'll have another half hour of discussion and debate. Alors, lors de notre tour.
So when we come back, we can question you with new questions and comments. So a 30-minute break now.
Est levé pour 30 minutes. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Would you like to say something before I begin? Okay. Well, welcome back, everyone. Thank you.
Not quite everyone.
It's true.
We're short a player.
Monsieur Delorme, he might be there without his camera on.
Ah, he's there.
Le voilà. Re-bienvenue.
Welcome again.
I have a series of questions that I'm hoping I can take you through in the next 30 minutes or so. And I think we'll begin with a concept that perhaps hasn't really been discussed today and perhaps doesn't even exist. And so the question for you is, should this be something that we're conceptualizing? And that is international trade corridors. So we've talked generally about trade corridors today. We've also talked about the Ambassador Bridge, but we perhaps haven't surfaced sufficiently the fact that there is an international dimension, and that many of the trade corridors we've been talking about today are corridors that involve not just multiple Canadian jurisdictions, but the United States. And so my understanding is, to date, in the policy and in the sort of legal thinking, there isn't this notion of an international trade corridor, which would be a concept that perhaps has distinctive characteristics that differentiate it from trade corridors that are fully within the borders of Canada. And so I'd like to invite the panelists, si vous avez des commentaires sur...
If you have any comments on that issue, should we begin thinking about this concept in a more profound way? Yes, Mr. Delorme. I'm not sure if I understand the question correctly. This concept of corridor within the Canadian context or international context, it's an empirical context. There are many trucks, many passengers using those corridors, and in Canada, we have a zone of free trade for all provinces, for all the products we have. Now, we have a border with the United States, which complicates things. Now, if you had one truck using the Ambassador Bridge every year, it would be a international corridor, but it would be a very tiny one. So now there are services and people that cross those bridges, and it's mainly with the United States that we have such international corridors, as we saw in the first part. But are these corridors with a C, capital C, or a little c? So that's how I understand your concept from an empirical point of view, and not a theoretical point of view, because we're talking about trade. That's international trade that's about products. And if I may try to refine the concept here, to take the example of Windsor and the Ambassador Bridge, to protect that infrastructure, quote unquote, involves the federal government, which mans the border crossing and the international bridge, and there's the access road that is controlled by the city of Windsor, which connects to the 401, which is the main highway, which is within the purview of the province. And when the road was blocked, it had nothing to do with a border crossing per se, because the federal government has no jurisdiction beyond the door of the border crossing. So if we talk about protecting the infrastructure, should we create a legal concept which would regroup those three jurisdictions and would help us also deal with the United States, because it's a border crossing. You would afford protection following a blockade or a fire on the bridge. But there's no organization and there's no plan involving those three jurisdictions. And that's only about the bridge. So that's why we have this question, if I understand it well.
To come in here?
I'm just to take a very literal view of the phrase trade corridor. I think it's also worth coming back to the idea that, again, most of all the trade that we do with Europe and Asia and the rest of the world doesn't involve those literal trade corridors, because they're over air and sea, and so the vessels or the planes and the ships leave those countries, go through international airspace, international waters, and then arrive in Canada. But in the case of the US, there are literal trade corridors, these bridges and roadways. And so I think that's where the definition is important. Not being a legal scholar at all, I would say, though, that given the importance of the Ambassador Bridge, which is clearly of international concern to both Canada and the US, it shouldn't, that it almost seems to me like a technicality that the roadway, which is under municipal control, should be able to block an international bridge. And so it, to me, seems as though the importance is such that there should be a unified framework to deal with all points of access to something like an international bridge.
Right. So, pardon me. I think, I think you're right that in talking about this being a literal trade corridor, it is an international trade corridor. I guess the question is, or one of the issues that arises is, this raises complex jurisdictional issues then in terms of how you protect that infrastructure and sort of who's in charge. And that there may have been, it may be the case that, in fact, rather than, being a technicality, the perception about where a protest is happening might very well impact the view on the ground about who's in charge. And that perhaps, are there ways of thinking about this which might permit jurisdictional coordination around issues of common concern. So thank you, Professor Chandra. Je vois maintenant Monsieur Delorme.
I see that Mr. Delorme would like to say something. As an answer to the Commissioner, it's not a legal opinion I'm giving, but I recall when I was working at the Finance Department, we were trying to make a decision. Would we repair the old Champlain Bridge in Montreal or build a new one? And this bridge, Mr. Rouleau, I recall that the base of the bridge were of federal jurisdiction, and the bridge per se, which was crossing the St. Lawrence River, that was provincial jurisdiction. So we had a jurisdictional problem in terms of knowing who was going to pay for the repair the bridge. So yes, I'll venture to say there is a need to define what is critical infrastructure or an international corridor, and it would make sense to have agreements between provincial and federal governments, where we would give a precise definition of such corridors. I think that would be important.
Mr. Boyle.
Just a quick observation to say that I think the question of jurisdictional responsibility would apply equally to questions around the seaports. And you've got the same kind of mess there in terms of seaport itself is federally regulated, but when you get those trucks off, or when you get the goods off the boat, there are municipal issues, provincial issues, and then do they cross provincial borders? There are additional federal issues. So you have a complex space with seaports also. So it wouldn't just be about road transport and bridges to the U.S.
And Professor Quigley, not to put you on the spot, but are there existing regulatory mechanisms or tools that permit those sort of what might be considered jurisdictional constraints to be overcome in a space where, there are multiple overlapping jurisdictional interests?
So, I mean, I'm reluctant to say because I'm not aware of any. What I am aware of is this fact that we normally talk about the complexity of jurisdictions when it comes to seaports.
Right.
That they're all involved, and there are a lot of private sector operators. And as we talked about with trucking, there are many private truckers on that one space. So it's a very, very complicated space. I'm not aware of any overriding kind of authority that could sort of seize control. I suspect there is none.
Thank you.
Well, maybe one other point I would say is that I can recall an issue of speculation that a boat was bringing in a number of people. There was sort of people smuggling going into a port, and the various government agencies had to prepare because they were led to believe that a boat was coming in. They didn't know what boat it was, and they were bringing people in. And I remember there were at least 14 different government departments from various jurisdictions that were responsible for standing at the ready in case this boat arrived. They didn't know which boat, and in case they had people and they didn't know. And they had to do it all quietly because they were worried if the boat found out that they were caught for smuggling, that they might do something bad with the people who were on the boat. But anyway, there were at least 14 different departments involved in that exercise. I remember it was something that happened quite a few years ago in Halifax, but it's a complicated space. Even within the federal government, a lot of different government departments have responsibilities, but
Right.
it's spread out over quite a few. Yeah.
Professor Boyle.
Thank you. This question of how to clear up jurisdictional disputes or uncertainties and how to incorporate private sector actors, how to incorporate different layers of regulation and statutory responsibilities, made me think of airports, to add another piece to this puzzle that Professor Quigley has added with seaports. It seems to me that airports must have found a way to work out a lot of these uncertainties already. I don't know the nuts and bolts about how that is done, but I wonder if airports would provide something of a transposable model that could be applied in other situations where similar problems arise, like the Ambassador Bridge.
So maybe this takes me to a follow-up question, which is, we've talked at some length today about, the need for coordination across government or between levels of government. What you're suggesting sounds like it raises an additional possibility, which is to think, approach these issues from the bottom up. And to think about the level of jurisdictional coordination that might be required around a particular piece of critical infrastructure. And I'm wondering if anyone has thoughts on that model. Would it be helpful to have a plan in advance in thinking about strategic planning around the protection of critical infrastructure, so that it's clear when it comes to a particular piece of critical infrastructure, who does what in the event of an emergency? Do you want to come back?
I think, this reminds me about what we talked about earlier, and the idea that a one-size-fits-all approach is not going to work. So yes, a bottom-up governance approach tailored to particular infrastructural locations, facilities, assets could very well work, I think. Again, I want to go back to my concerns around freedom of assembly and freedom of protest. As long as those governance arrangements are very tailored to particular locations, particular places where it's transparent that these are the security practices that are in play, and we don't give into the temptation to want to sort of introduce very vague, very general powers to protect critical infrastructure, where people don't know exactly what is infrastructure and what isn't, then that I've already said that's a problem. But particular institutional arrangements for particular locations might be a way to strike that balance that we talked about earlier as well.
And does that also maybe look like, thresholds, like given your concern for freedom of expression and freedom of peaceful assembly, does that maybe look like thresholds for triggering some sort of, restrictions on protests around critical infrastructure rather than sort of a standing set of restrictions?
Yeah, I think all of this would have to be tailored to particular vulnerabilities.
Right.
Risk is an ever-changing, condition, so there might have to be some changing level of, security precautions given a particular risk environment. But if they were tailored and specific to particular locations and not dispersed vague powers, then that might be a good way to strike that balance.
Right. Professor Quigley.
I'll just offer some thoughts about emergency planning exercises that sometimes happen in anticipation of these kinds of events, because this is one of the sort of favorite exercises of agencies that work in this area. They sort of imagine a scenario and they think about how are we going to respond to this particular scenario. And so one of the things they do too often is they work with public agencies. They always say, you don't want to meet somebody in a crisis, meet someone for the first time in a crisis. So they want to know who all the emergency responders are and that sort of stuff. Sometimes these exercises are a little bit false because they only bring together agencies from the same order of government because they've been told to sort of work out an exercise. So they kind of develop these scenarios that are not really very realistic, because the thing about disasters and crisis is they don't respect jurisdictions. Disasters and crises come and hit you the way they do, and they will hit all three orders of government. The very fact that a province is responsible for emergency response in the first place means the province is going to be at the center of anything that's any sort of seriously devastating issue is going to go well beyond one piece of infrastructure to the community at large. So one is we need to have approaches where we actually bring a lot of the stakeholders together. It's hard traditionally to bring the private sector in on these emergency response exercises. Maybe they don't see the value, maybe they're too busy, I'm not sure, maybe they don't want to disclose their vulnerabilities. It's certainly noted with some concern from public agencies that private sector agencies don't necessarily come to emergency response exercises, and they should. And then I think the other thing that we need to do in these exercises is we need to actually get better at trying to establish clearly what are we trying to learn from emergency response exercises, and we have to declare them, and then we have to monitor over time if we're getting better at emergency responses. Too often these emergency exercises occur, there isn't really any kind of serious report afterwards, there's no benchmarking, and we have no sense if anybody's ever getting better at these things. There's just a kind of occasional exercise that they kind of make up, and then they run a few things, and then there's a hot wash afterwards where they kind of report out, but there's not necessarily sufficient and rigorous follow-up to show if we're actually getting better at emergency response. So I think there's a fair bit of learning that could be done from public agencies and the private sector that's owning and operating a lot of these infrastructures.
Anything else on this point? Okay, so I'll move on to another question then. We've talked only a bit about rail. And so I'm wondering, are there considerations that are particular to the protection of rail as a piece of critical infrastructure? Perhaps because it is a significant sort of physical piece of infrastructure that runs throughout Canada, or because particular groups are particularly likely to protest by disrupting rail. So I'm just wondering if the panel has any comments that it'd like to offer on the protection, the unique considerations related to the protection of rail.
I can just jump in with a little bit of background more than anything else.
Professor Chandra,
sorry,
only
yes.
just for the transcript.
Sure.
Thank you.
In some ways, our trade over rail is, it's a lot less important than by truck. It's about 16% of our trade with the US. But it's also easier to regulate because there's far fewer actors. There's basically Canadian National, Canadian Pacific, and then two big US firms, BNSF and Union Pacific, I think, across the border and transport mainly grain, coal, and so on. And in some ways, the nice thing is that the operators also own their own railroads. And so, CN operates on CN tracks and so on. So they're they also have the strong incentive to make sure infrastructure is upgraded and maintained and so on. I'm sure there's challenges around rail, but it also strikes me at first blush to be a lot easier than regulating or the challenges that come around trucking.
Thank you. Professor Boyle?
Thank you. Railways are an interesting case because that's where the idea of protecting something really break down. You can't protect a rail network. You can't protect all of it anyway. You might be able to protect particular bridges where rail networks come together and have to cross a major geographic feature, right? You could protect that bridge or that tunnel or something. But you can't protect rail networks overall. It's interesting in my research on civil defense measures during the Cold War is that railways were always treated separately from other industrial facilities for that very reason, because you couldn't protect rail like you could protect a manufacturing facility. And so what they tried to do, and I think what still is the case, is trying to build redundancy and resiliency into those networks. So there's particular components of a rail network goes down, there's still other opportunities to move things around, whether it's other rail networks or other modalities of transportation. Because I think, security, protection, that breaks down in that context of a network that can't be secured. And that goes for a lot of things, electrical grids, entire, highway systems, right? We need to be thinking about resilience more than securing and protecting individual points in those networks.
Right. Professor Quigley?
To speak slowly.
And I'll ask everyone to speak slowly, if you don't mind.
Yeah. I'll just point out that, when I think about rail, first off, I think about how you can't really move the track. This is one of the flexibilities that you have with trucking that makes trucking very appealing in terms of its adaptive capacity that you don't have with rail necessarily, notwithstanding Professor Boyle's comments about some additional rails or flexibility that's built into the system. The other thing I would just note is there's quite a bit of work done around critical infrastructure and various pressures that are exerted on the railway line through the Lac-Mégantic experience. So I think there's actually quite a bit of documented evidence about challenges with managing the railway line and protecting and the sort of push for efficiency and maybe safety over lapses, I guess, that occurred. So I think there's quite a bit of work that has been done there that can be looked at, and fair questions about whether or not Transport Canada has made progress in that area and whether or not private industry has made progress in that area.
Thank you. Anyone else on that point? Okay, so I'd like to take us now to yet another form of infrastructure that we touched on perhaps briefly, but not to any great extent, and that is cyber infrastructure. And wondering whether we have the regulatory tools that we need to deal with threats to Canada's cyber infrastructure. Professor Boyle?
Thanks. I was wondering when this would come up at some point in this discussion.
This is your moment.
When it comes to the cyber, I don't know. I don't know enough about cyber policies and digital security. But certainly part of the cyber infrastructure is material, and it comes down to server farms and buildings in downtown Toronto and other places around Canada. And so the only thing I would say about the cyber is that the internet is also a physical location. And so a lot of these concerns come to bear on cybersecurity as well that we've been talking about, private ownership of cables, for example, and how that introduces vulnerabilities to cyber networks. So the internet is also a material network as well.
And maybe just a follow-up question. Are there different considerations at play when we're talking about domestic threats to cyber infrastructure as opposed to foreign threats? Or are there different regulatory tools that we need? And perhaps I'll go to you first, Professor Boyle, and then to Professor Quigley.
Again, I'm not too. I don't think I have enough knowledge to be able to answer that properly.
I can go right to Professor Quigley then.
The question on the three acts.
Yep. Oh, you're muted, Professor Quigley.
Don't worry, you didn't miss much. It was just to say that I actually agreed with Professor Boyle that I also don't know much about this. And in fact, I think it's interesting and telling that it's a sector the importance is significant, and experts are saying that we should be more aware of the vulnerabilities. I think the Society of Actuaries has talked about this particular domain as maybe one of our greatest vulnerabilities. I'm not sure that it gets a lot of popular attention, and there's a sort of an awareness of the vulnerability, but I'm not really sure we're ready for the consequences of a significant failure. So I also couldn't comment, I think, with any great intelligence or insight on it, other than to say that in my own research around popular attention to cyber, it gets very, very little, dare I say, the least amount of coverage of all the key sectors. I think partly because it's, as I mentioned earlier, it's complex, it's hard to see who's responsible, and in many respects, people, I think, enjoy the technologies they have, and they want there to be continued to be a certain level of deregulation and freedom and flexibility in the way they use technologies. They don't necessarily want them regulated and limiting to what they can do with their technology. So there's a lot of resistance and ignorance around the space that I think that allows the vulnerabilities to flourish.
Thank you. I think Professor Chandra.
I'll just jump in with one point. I don't particularly have expertise in this area, but I do have colleagues at U of T who are working, especially in this area. And coming back to the issue of network cables, which is what their research is on, it was pointed out to me that, every time we communicate over the internet, send and receive messages or download information, data is being transmitted all around the world. But in particular, even messages or information that is transmitted domestically within Canada is almost invariably passing through the United States at some point. It's a well-known fact. And in the past, Canadian scholars and legal experts have raised the concern that the NSA in the US has, in some ways, the right to seize or intercept these messages. And that's been a well-known problem, and it's not clear that there's ever going to be a solution to that.
Right.
So.
Thank you. We have time for one more question, and it's for you, Professor Boyle. So you noted earlier in your comments that you had concerns with the way that provincial laws placing restrictions on protests in the vicinity of critical infrastructure were drafted, and that those are not they don't represent a good model of protection of critical infrastructure while balancing civil rights. Do you have any suggestions for what a good model would look like?
Thank you. I want to be clear that those provincial laws don't necessarily regulate free speech or freedom of assembly per se. What they do is create the fence for interfering with critical infrastructure. And what I wonder is, does that fairly broad idea of interfering with critical infrastructure, could that capture protests? So that's part of my concern there. I think that a productive model going forward might be along the lines of what we had talked about, even just in this this brief discussion, about if there is a need to designate certain locations, certain facilities as critical and in need of additional protective measures, that perhaps there's a single multi-jurisdictional unit that is responsible for governing those locations. That might mean that there's federal funding that would be tied to that to provide the enhanced protection. I think that as long as it's transparent and not secret or ambiguous about where these locations are and what is or is not allowed in these vicinity of these locations, that could be a productive way forward. I think the concern from a rights perspective is that the provincial laws, as they are ambiguous on a couple levels. First, in terms of what is or isn't critical infrastructure. Basically, under those laws, it could be anything that the government decides on a Monday could be critical infrastructure. And then the very broad idea of interfering with critical infrastructure is, I think, just simply too broad. There needs to be specific understanding about what is or isn't allowed in certain areas.
I think I'll just close by saying that the point you're making is perhaps related to one of the panels that will be held later this week on law enforcement. I understand you to be saying, and having said earlier, that we have to think not only about sort of what's in the law, but the way it will subsequently be used by law enforcement. And I think I heard you sort of suggest that there is a concern that you create a broad power and that then vests the law enforcement with discretion about how that power is utilized, and that there's a concern that where there is substantial discretion, there is a potential for selective enforcement.
Yes, yeah, selective or convenient or strategic enforcement of ambiguous categories of offenses. Yes, I think that's a concern.
Thank you. So we are at the end of our time. J'aimerais remercier tous les panélistes. I'd like to thank all the panelists, and I will turn it over to the Commissioner to close the session. For real this time.
For real, yes. J'aimerais aussi...
I would also like to thank the panelists, as did Professor McDonald. This was useful and interesting. And we appreciate, the Commission appreciates greatly your willingness to contribute your knowledge and your willingness to answer our questions.
And myself, we're very, very thankful for the contributions. We thank you. We're always impressed having academics and people of your quality come and help us with some of the tough challenges we have. And I also want to thank you, Professor McDonald, for being here to coordinate and moderate this panel. Again, very appreciated, especially you came yesterday and back today. You're a double dipper and we much appreciate it. Thank you, and we'll adjourn the Commission till tomorrow morning at 9:30. On va remettre jusqu'à demain matin, 9h30. Merci beaucoup.
The Commission is adjourned. La Commission est ajournée.